guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Gas prices are continuing to rise, going up again over the last few weeks. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg on just how much we can expect the price at the pump to increase.
The gasoline pump price run-up did continue. We have another 10 cents more in the price. The new price is $3.77 for regular. And it's been rising for 15 weeks now. It's up 59 cents. Since early January.
Lundberg says the unrest in the Middle East and Ukrainian targeting of Russian oil infrastructure is helping to aid in the instability of the crude oil market. Tennessee police are continuing to investigate after at least 2 people are dead and 6 others are injured after a shooting at a Memphis block party. Police saying hundreds were gathered at the party at Orange Mound Park on Saturday when officers responded to emergency calls and found 2 men dead at the scene. Police are continuing to look for the suspects. Some House Republicans are extremely angry with Speaker Johnson, who works with Democrats and does not include money for U.S. border security in the $95 billion aid package. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Now, some Republicans in the House furious with Johnson for working with Democrats to get this all passed. Here's Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, followed by Texas Congressman Chip Roy.
America last. America last. That's all this is. Every single day, America last.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I'm frustrated that there was zero border security in the bill. But let's be very clear. That border bill, H.R. 2, that was voted on today, will have no force of law, was not part of the package, was done as a cover vote, and gave cover to 5 Democrats who voted for it. It's mind-bogglingly stupid to have put that on the floor.
The bill now heads to the Senate, where preliminary voting could take place as soon as Tuesday. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Senate recently dismissed all impeachment articles against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, which House Republicans had brought forward, alleging that the ongoing illegal immigrant crisis at the southern border is a result of Mayorkas deliberately neglecting his duty to secure it. Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee joins Fox Sunday Morning Futures and says he's disappointed in the move.
Where they're supposed to close the door, they open the door. They're doing the exact opposite of what's required every single time. Look, Alejandro Mayorkas is not a restaurateur whose job it is to invite as many people in as possible. His job is to serve as the gatekeeper. He's not keeping the gate.
You'll be able to use E15 gas this summer. USA's John Schaefer explains.
A national emergency waiver has been granted for the sale of E15 gasoline throughout the summer season. The EPA announced the issuance of the waiver on Friday, citing its aim to alleviate pump pressures stemming from the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. Previously, certain regions faced limitations on selling E15 gas during the summer months.
An investigation is continuing in Chicago after a police officer was shot over the weekend. The Chicago Police Department saying the 30-year-old officer was returning home after his shift when he was shot multiple times. He was taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he died. The officer was killed 2 days before he would have turned 31. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, without further ado, looky there. Looks like it's showtime. What do you say? Get a new week started here. I know. Weekends, they go by awful fast, don't they? So here we go. Welcome back. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. As we turn the page on the calendar, 22nd day of April. Hey, note to our Canadian friends. Somebody up there shut the barn door, will you? My, it's a chilly night outside the secret bunker. It's a chilly night all the way into the southeastern USA. We've got frost advisories all the way down into northern Mississippi. So much of Tennessee and pretty much, you got to say, all points north of that. Frost advisories through Missouri to Michigan, even freeze warnings. Freeze warnings in place for central Ohio and in around the Columbus area. Freeze warnings over in the Pittsburgh area tonight. Higher elevations from northern Virginia, eastern West Virginia, south central Pennsylvania. Freeze warnings. Burn. I thought it was springtime. And there's a lot of sensitive vegetation, the flowers, the budding, the fruit trees. Folks trying to protect those. So we'll start things off with a look at our traveler's weather, brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. And I will give a quick heads up for our friends out there. A lot of folks oftentimes will jump in on Facebook and just chime in, maybe type in a little message, say hello, and then say I'm going to head over to the app. We've got some technical difficulties with the Android app tonight. iPhone is fine. Facebook up and running. I'm not sure if we're on Rumble on Monday mornings or not. But either way, just a heads up for the Android. Just stick around on the Facebook. Meanwhile, despite recent episodes of warm weather, the ups and downs, frosts, and freezes are ahead for parts of the eastern half of the country into the last full week of April here. AccuWeather warning temperatures can get low enough in this region to threaten vegetation, obviously. The blasts, and that's plural with an S, blasts of chilly air, coming in several rounds. Obviously, first, as we start the new week, and another blast comes through about midweek this week as these cold fronts sweep south out of Canada. Now, a few mornings may drop even below the freezing mark from the upper Midwest to the eastern portions of New England, as far to the south as North Carolina and Tennessee. It may be the last frost and freezes of the cold season for some, ahead of a big warm-up we're anticipating at the end of the month. Obviously, though, precautions need to be taken to protect any sensitive vegetation into this week. So here we head into a Monday, the first night where that frost or freeze may occur. This morning, a cool Canadian high-pressure system building into the Midwest, bringing that risk of a frost or a freeze once again this Monday morning. The Detroit and Pittsburgh metro areas among those where temperatures could fall close to or below freezing this morning. Obviously, a frost can occur when the air temperatures are even a few degrees above freezing. But for a freeze to occur, temperatures need to fall to or below 32 degrees. The presence or the absence of any sort of a breeze or atmospheric moisture can also be a determining factor of whether a frost or freeze occurs. If you started your plants in pots, maybe a good idea to bring them indoors for the next couple of nights. If you're not able to do that, cover up your veggies, your flowers with a blanket or a tarp to protect them. For the vineyards and the orchards out there where damaging freezes can mean huge economic impacts, steps for precaution to protect against the cold, that's a bit more complicated, obviously. Large fans and sprinkler systems are among the mitigation efforts that may have to be utilized to protect the valuable vegetation. Now, following a brief return to more seasonable temperatures later Monday into Tuesday afternoon, for the Midwest and Northeast, there's another cold front that's going to bring, once again, the renewal of frost and freeze conditions as we head toward midweek this week. This time around, temperatures are going to be even a bit lower, and more locales will experience a freeze versus just a frost. Wednesday night and early Thursday morning, temperatures as far south as the southern Appalachians and as far east as interior New Jersey and coastal New England are dropping into the lower 30s or even the 20s for a few hours. And such a widespread freeze can be hard to guard against. Now, there are some glimmers of hope ahead beginning maybe later in the week and as we look ahead to close out the month of April. Fortunately, since it's still only April, if you do suffer any damage, to sensitive vegetation. There's plenty of time to maybe replant and enjoy the remainder of the spring, right? The forecast team, long-range forecasters, are expecting warmer than average air as we look at the last few days of April and kicking off the month of May. Historically, the last frosts and freezes, this is right about the time frame in the lower Midwest and across the mid-Mississippi and Ohio valleys and the interior mid-Atlantic. So many areas here would then have the green light to hit the ground running for spring planting time. Any frost potential in the month of May likely to be marginal and highly localized, according to the folks at AccuWeather. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll give you a heads up. We've had a bit of a lull in the severe weather out there as we wrapped up last week and into the start of the new week. As far as precipitation's concerned tonight, the lower 48 is for the most part high and dry. Hard-pressed to find any precip out there. I'm seeing a few spotty showers over eastern portions of Montana, maybe the northernmost reaches of Wyoming. But aside from that, our storm system that swept through the southeast over the weekend is now pretty much offshore, off the coast of the Carolinas in Florida. Yeah, matter of fact, the rains cleared out early enough to get our race in at Talladega this past day. Yeah, we'll give you the full rundown there. But again, back to the lack of severe weather, that will again be changing later this week. They're already telling us a potential multi-day severe weather outbreak across the central U.S. starting later on this week, maybe looking ahead toward like Thursday. And there could be talking multiple rounds of severe thunderstorms across this region and into the Midwest later this week and right on into the weekend. Early advanced planning, so we'll give you more on that, as I said, coming up here in a bit as we kick off the new week. How was your weekend? Well, Philly Dan is on board. It is that time again. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Had another cargo theft in the city of brotherly love. This time it was snow crabs. All right, prayers for the young brother and sister in Michigan at the birthday party. Sad there. Arizona window truck headed back out west as we roll along the Kansas Turnpike tonight. Hello to Marianne. Pappy gets the week started. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the greatest day of the week. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker as Mr. Summers throws the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on, so stay, Bill, your lane. The overnight drive is about to hammer down. It's 844-844-3388. That's the numbers to dial. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial us up and be a part of the show. 39 degrees in the far side of southwest Hamilton County, so looks like it's a night to throw another log on the fire. Kick back and relax, heat up that cup of joe, and snuggle up to whomever or whatever. It is showtime. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down, be safe. 46 at the New York-New Jersey state line tonight as we're off to Hartford, Connecticut. That would be, right? Okay, Miss Millie. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Looking forward to a great week ahead. Thank you to all the truck drivers that keep the shelves stocked out there. Everybody take care, be safe, and be blessed. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Hello, Steve. 50 degrees in Grand Isle, Nebraska tonight. After a busy, hard-charging weekend, time to give my powerful chrome-plated cow truck a bit of a break. Live action continues at daybreak, though. Have a great show. Now let's try it again, Steve. Kind of a fresh start, per se. A special one-night-only shout-out to Debbie and her special driver, the Woodpecker, from the Bozelman's Travel Plaza. Now, interesting that you would give a shout-out to Debbie, because let me flip the page here. I think she's given... See, there's Debbie. It's a chilly 39 here in Indiana, going up to about 63 tonight. I'd like to give Lauren Weiss a Hoosier shout out from me and the Woodpecker. Hey, we got lots of yard work done over the weekend, cutting the weeds. Everybody stay safe out there, especially my special driver. Have a magnificent Monday. Thank you, thank you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Paul, who says, here we go again. May our dear Lord keep y'all safe and sound as you keep us fed, clothed, and filled with a whole lot of good things. Go get 'em, drivers. Hello, Timothy. Good morning. A chilly night, 43 here in Rocky Mount. Hello, Russell. How we doing in the secret bunker? Hope y'all are staying warm. Let's see. Y'all truckers, stay safe as you head to your destinations and have a good night. There's Buckeye Boy, Brunswick, Georgia. It's a chilly night, 56 degrees. It was 83 when I was in West Palm Beach earlier this past day. Hit some heavy rain around the Jacksonville area. Got picked up okay in Model Pond, Florida, and unload in Sea Island, Georgia, which is about 25 minutes from me on Wednesday. Then we'll be head this home back to the house. I'll have one of my other trucks to pick up maybe next Sunday, so have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to Mr. Smith, a.k.a. Glenn Smith. Good morning, everybody. Be safe out there. About 75 degrees here in Florida. Little rain, thunderstorms. Everything's good down south, he says. And there's old Cripshot in the house. Looking and sounding good, Steve. Love this show. It helps keep me company all night long. That's what we're here for. And there he is, Captain Ron.
Well, let's get the show started on the greatest day of the week.
Gotta love it.
Say how cold is it there? How cold is it there at Secret Bunker? You didn't say how cold it was.
I'm showing 40 outside the bunker.
Wow. It was 67 when I came through Gainesville a few minutes ago. Like Buckeye Boy said, it was a decent day today from what I heard. Of course, I was taking my beauty nap, even though I don't need one. Right?
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
Did you get to watch any of the Talladega race?
I did. I got to catch some of the action there. That would have been, Saturday afternoon, the Xfinity race. And I got to see, of course, she had the big one right there, and they went into overtime. I did not get to catch yesterday's. I saw the highlights, sort of. I guess, as typically the case is, on that last lap, everybody had, it looks like half the cars were sliding across the finish line sideways or backwards.
Yeah, and Corey LaJoy was riding the wall on the side when he went across the line. And then it flipped over, finally eventually flipped over on his wheels. Michael McDowell kind of dominated that third stage, but he blocked Keselowski once and then went to block him again, and that usually doesn't turn out very well.
Mm-hmm.
The top four cars made it through. Tyler Reddick won for 23-11. I don't know if was that Michael Jordan's first win as a team owner? Do you know?
Now that I'm not sure.
I don't know either. I don't know if but they won today, so good for them. Anyway, so I guess we're going to send more hush money to Ukraine, right?
That is the case, yep, over the weekend. So what's sad? I guess they passed Ukraine, Israel money, and a few billion for Taiwan, I guess.
Yeah, it's hush money as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely.
I don't know why we keep sending it.
Absolutely nothing for our own border.
Yeah, protect their borders, but not ours. What do we need protection for? Nobody's a threat to us, right?
Right?
We can afford it.
Sure.
Anyway, I don't have a whole lot tonight other than why is diarrhea hereditary?
I was not aware of that.
It runs in your genes.
Hey, boy.
Thanks for taking my call. We'll talk to you later.
Have a good morning. Captain Ron, thank you for checking in. The greatest day of the week. All right, it is, of course, 844-3388. Let's see, I think horse feathers dropped off there. Hey, Mike. Talladega, here's what we've got. I did not get to tune in. Tyler Reddick prevailed in a typically frantic Talladega Superspeedway run to the checkered flag in the Geico 500 NASCAR race, Cup Series race, narrowly avoiding a multi-car crash in the closing 400 yards, coming from third place out of turn 4 to earn the win by 0.208 seconds. Michael McDowell crashed trying to block the competition approaching the finish line. Reddick maneuvered around the high lane and was able to sneak on through to his first victory of the year, 6th victory of his career. The 28-year-old Californian climbing the grandstand fence, pumping his fist to the screaming, adoring crowd, while one of his racing team owners, that's, of course, the NBA legend Michael Jordan, celebrated on pit lane. Taking Reddick's unsung beau in his arms, grinning from ear to ear. Now, this according to Captain Ron, your question, this was the first time Jordan had been at track when his team won a race. So it's not the first win, but I guess Jordan never actually been there to see it in person. Reddick said, man, it's incredible. Reddick led 13 laps on the day. Everybody on his 45 Toyota Camry worked really hard, he says. Didn't really work out in that third stage for us, but we were able to fight and defend our track position. A lot of chaos. That's what Talladega is all about. Michael Jordan on the chaotic race said it's kind of like an NBA playoff game. Give a lot of credit to Ty Gibbs and Martin Truex Jr., it was just us Toyotas left, and they pushed me with everything they had. Without Martin and Ty and those pushes, we did not win this race. So, of course, it's always positioning, trying to get several Fords, whichever team. They try to get together and hook up so they can get a line rolling. The final few laps brought a low line of Fords, as Ford is still trying to earn their first win of the year. The Highline led by the Toyotas. McDowell, the 2021 Daytona 500 winner, anticipated a huge run from the cars behind, but he did concede later after the fact that he was just a little bit late making that block, and then obviously that's when all hell broke loose. The chaos ensued. Watched a whole lot of equipment get all tore up in the last seconds, literally, of the race. All right, plenty of industry headlines to cover as we get a new week started here. Of course, in recent weeks, we've had numerous discussions about bridges, of course, starting with the collapse of the Key Bridge. There's a bridge in Colorado that's been shut down. And I'll give you all the details where this is at, what the concerns are as we continue to look at infrastructure issues all around the country. What else is in the mix? Oh, yeah, our southern border, all the latest on the numbers as far as passing billions of dollars for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, but not one red cent for our own border issues here in the United States. Sad state of affairs, but meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Make our way into a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Gas prices are continuing to rise, going up again over the last few weeks. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg on just how much we can expect the price at the pump to increase.
The gasoline pump price run-up did continue. We have another 10 cents more in the price. The new price is $3.77 for regular, and it's been rising for 15 weeks now. It's up 59 cents since early January.
Lundberg says the unrest in the Middle East and Ukrainian targeting of Russian oil infrastructure is helping to aid in the instability of the crude oil market. Tennessee police are continuing to investigate after at least 2 people are dead and 6 others are injured after a shooting at a Memphis block party. Police saying hundreds were gathered at the party at Orange Mound Park on Saturday when officers responded to emergency calls and found 2 men dead at the scene. This is USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Who said greatest day of the week? Welcome to a Monday. Hello to Dennis. What's the final date to sign up for the cruise, Steve? I'm still in debate mode due to circumstances. All I can tell you, Dennis, there may not be cabin availability. It's very, very limited. Yeah, Stephanie's been scratching and scrambling trying to come up with cabins for some folks, and so I don't think there's a per se a date. It's just a matter of maybe if someone were to cancel a cabin, which there's always cancellations. We're still several months away, but I would try to maybe get a hold of Stephanie and maybe just put a deposit down or something, or you might even have to go on a waiting list. Let's see. There's Double R. Hello, brother. We got Anita home today. She's doing well at home. Yeah, watching our Preds in the playoff. Hope everybody's being safe out there. 36 degrees on the Cruiser dash cam. Miami Whitewater Forest. Pappy's out there serving and protecting this Monday morning. And it's 844-844-3388. I mentioned Colorado. The Colorado Department of Transportation has closed a major bridge until further notice due to safety concerns. The Blue Mesa Bridge that carries U.S. Highway 50 west of Gunnison has been closed due to safety concerns as of Friday afternoon, I guess that was. The closures between U.S. 50 mile marker 131 and mile marker 138 between Gunnison and Montrose. The DOT said they were encouraged by the Federal Highway Administration to close the bridge after a defect or cracking, as they put it, was observed near mile marker 136.3 during an inspection. No estimated time for the bridge to reopen, but the DOT is exploring temporary and permanent fixes, they say. Now, while the bridge is closed, truckers and motorists in general will face some rather time-consuming detours. This is what the Colorado DOT had to say. The closure will create a significant detour for commuters between Montrose and Gunnison. The recommended detour route for through traffic is via Interstate 70 to the north or US 160 to the south. We understand the inconvenience this creates, and we're rapidly evaluating our options to improve options for residents, business, and travelers on the western slope. The northern route is 354 miles. So we're talking added approximately 6 hours of travel time. The southern route, not much better, 331 miles, but requires nearly 7 hours of travel time. Wow, you talk about a detour. The Colorado DOT and our local partners are exploring whether it's feasible at this point in the season to maybe clear some of the local seasonal routes that may be able to significantly reduce the detour time for local travelers there. During the winter months, obviously, there are many routes that are shut down out there, but 6-7 hours added to your travel time, regardless of what route you try to take, the northern or the southern. All right, the business over the weekend. The House of Representatives Saturday passed a set of foreign aid bills. $61 billion for Ukraine, $26 billion to Israel, and $8 billion to the Indo-Pacific region. In total, this package totals $95 billion, which only passed after Speaker Mike Johnson cut a deal with the Democrats, which has a number of the very conservatives in the House pretty daggone peeved. He was able to force it through by a vote of 311 to 112. The Senate obviously is expected to pass the package. As typically the case is, it's Monday, so they'll come trickling into D.C. on Monday and probably hold a vote on Tuesday. The deal negotiated in conjunction with the White House, marking a victory against conservative lawmakers who had been insisting on doing something about our own border before sending money everywhere else around the globe. We cannot be afraid of our shadows. We must be strong. We have to do what is right, according to the House Foreign Affairs Chairman, Michael McCaul. Traditional House Republicans, led by Speaker Johnson, have risen to the occasion. The Democrat leader, Hakeem Jeffries, says, we have a responsibility to push back against authoritarianism. Earlier in the day, the House passed an $8 billion aid package aimed at countering Chinese aggression toward Taiwan, as well as a bill that would force Chinese-controlled ByteDance Ltd. to divest from TikTok or face a U.S. ban. So that was pretty big as well. It looks like, in other words, the clock is ticking fast on what appears to be a likely ban of TikTok in the United States. The bill also allowed for the confiscation of Russian dollar assets in order to help fund more assistance to Ukraine. Breaking down the Ukraine aid, of the $61 billion, $13 billion has been set aside to replenish U.S. stockpiles of weapons. $14 billion will go towards U.S. defense systems for Ukraine. $7 billion will go toward U.S. military operations in the region. And we assume the remainder will go directly to the Ukrainian oligarchs, is the way they put it. It's hush money. The Israel bill that passed by a vote of 366 to 58 includes $4 billion for missile defense, but absolutely nothing done to secure our border or reduce our debt. Marjorie Taylor Greene was one that was very outspoken and vocal. Outrage. Representative Thomas Massey of Kentucky, Paul Gosar of Arizona, who say they're ready to boot Johnson from the speakership. Here we go again. Yeah, Green said Ukraine is not even a member of NATO. Yeah, who would have known? So again, $61 billion. Well, I don't think there's anything written in there for the accountability. And what we just break down, I guess it'd be pretty easy to track the $13 billion that's going to go to U.S. defense contractors, replenishing the likes of the stockpiles we've been drawing down. But however many billions ends up going to the Ukrainian oligarchs, there will be no accountability whatsoever. All right, it's 18 before the hour. I'll get back to the calls in just a moment. It's 844-844-3388. Hello, Steve. It's the lovely Dingback. It's a cold, yes, I said cold 45 here at the home 20. I'm kind of shocked to see a frost warning coming across the Weather Channel. Not much really going on tonight. I've done my mission accomplished by driving my lovely brain-dead Dingbat crazy. Anybody have any more ideas? Anybody? Hope everybody's having a great night. Everybody drive safe. Oh, and tell the Kroger driver I need my groceries. All right. Again, everybody have a great night. Drive safely. And welcome to Manic Monday. Hello to Dave, who says, good evening to the late night family. It's the first day of the week of the rest of your life. Just think of the possibilities. Y'all be safe out there and God bless. All right, we'll try again here. Hey, Mike.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. So anyways, the last one you read there, he must be a glass half full person, huh? The way you read that?
Yes.
Because the other way you can look at it is you're one day more closer to the end of your life too, right?
Yeah, that would be correct. Yes.
And that would be the glass half empty guy like me, right? But anyway, so are we going to say the date more often so that people realize that they're listening to a live and not a Memorex show tonight?
Yeah, Monday.
They come stumbling in.
22nd of April, right. Yes.
Wow, is it just wow? Where did this month go, Your Honor? Well, I tell you, the days just keep flying by here. Keep tearing the pages off the calendar. But so, anyways, I was listening to what you were saying there about the fruit farmers down south there using the fans and the moisture, the misters and that to try to protect the blossoms.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they wanted to use their fans, maybe they should use some propane heaters. What do you think of that, Your Honor? They used some propane heaters and blew some hot air around those orchards to try to keep the fruit trees a little warm, and maybe burn a little bit of my propane. Give me a little extra season here in the propane hauling season. Now, I don't know, just a thought. Always looking out for myself, but no, not really. But anyways, so I tried to get in there to the end of the show there last week. I figured I'd try a real spaceman thing there at the end, and I don't know, going from Friday to Monday. Do you remember what it was I was going to talk to you about? I put something on your screen there, but I don't know. I don't think I remember at this point. So we'll have to start this week out all new and see what we can do with that. But I did want to make some thank yous out there to the contributors there for my Make-A-Wish thing going on. And there's been quite a few that have responded here from the show, our loyal listeners, and so great many thanks to them. And the one thing I did get is somebody said that I really didn't mention how to find the way to get there to donate. So probably the easiest way for me to explain it is you go to the website there called wishconvoy.org, wishconvoy.org, and that's the main page for the whole 35th anniversary convoy. And if you scroll down just a little bit in the middle there, you'll see a list for drivers, and there's a button to click for all drivers. And when you open that up, you can scroll down to about the driver that's in the 13th position right now, and you'll find horse feathers. So you can click on that to go on to make the donation if you'd like. But as I say, the easiest way to get there is wishconvoy.org, and they're actually pretty lucky for some reason. I don't know how they do it, but that chapter gets to keep that website year. The whole time I've done it. So for every year they refresh it to the next convoy. So it's always the same thing. So that's pretty. Somebody's got some smarts or is a pay grade above me to know how to do that on the internet thing there, right, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
But,
and Pappy was kind of confused when, a week or two ago when he was saying the matching funds. He wanted to make sure the matching funds from Hot Shot Secret by donating through the wish.org, wishconvoy.org, right? That's
wishconvoy.org.
And automatically that's the Hot Shot Secret matches that when you donate through there, right?
Yep, to anybody that's on the Hot Shot team. Now there's myself and I believe Rob Finch, and I don't know if I haven't looked there lately to see if anybody else has gotten on there or not. But yeah, Hot Shot Secret's doing the $5,000 match up to the $5,000. So when the Hot Shot Secret team gets to the $5,000 mark, then that's when they divide it all out for all the different drivers involved on the team. But if you wanted to go to my, to support me myself, you actually have to click on my name after you go to wishconvoy.org. You got to go to the drivers and then find my name and donate on my name. Whether you do it through the drivers or whether you do it through teams, because you can find the teams there as well. And but then when you open the teams up, then you look on there to see who the team members are and click on the team member you'd want to support, or as I say, do the individual driver. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that, it's a chilly night here, running down the Delmarva. I guess I'll be with you most of the night because I have to make my delivery at the furthest southern point I go to tonight. So I got a pretty decent ride ahead of me and make my delivery about the time about your last hour of your show. So we'll be there a little bit and see what we can do for you and see what else we can come up with. I don't know. So other than that, you kind of covered everything there, heard the news bits and all that, and just can't be surprised by what our government does for us. It's always here to take care of the American people first. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe they didn't do that. Huh. Yeah. I hate when that happens. But anyways, I guess until we can get a change in there, and I don't know if anybody's got a plug big enough to pull to drain that swamp, Your Honor. I just don't know if it can happen or not. So anyways, I guess with all that nonsense there, we'll let you get out there and do some more due diligence. And hey, speaking of Spaceman real quick, did you see that? He's got a mobility scooter now. He rides around on there.
I saw that video. So, I mean, what the hell is... So that... Somebody said that they see people, like, carrying those in, like they... So what is... I guess, is it like for the parking lot being so big that when they park that they get to ride their little scooter in? Or what's the purpose?
I guess that or... Spaceman's gotten so old, he's got to have that mobility scooter. But, yeah, I think that new facility they put up in Middletown, Delaware is a pretty large facility, and I think you have to either use the mobility scooter or call an Uber or, Lyft or somebody to get you from the parking lot so you get to work on time. Otherwise, you got to leave like a day early or something where you park to get to where you got to go to punch in. But yeah, I thought that was kind of cool there, seeing him scooting around there, big beard and all, and pretty amazing that UPS just before just before he went to work there, they changed their standards that you don't have to be clean shaven there. So otherwise that would never worked out for him.
Right.
Well, unless he wanted to cut that beard off. Jeez, that'd be can you only imagine what Spaceman would look like without that beard? Huh. There's a thought to go by.
Oh, boy.
All right, I'm quitting now, Your Honor.
All right, well, have a good Monday. Greatest day of the week, and we'll return right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, what do you say? Roll it into a Monday. Other industry headlines. We were talking about some of the earnings numbers that started rolling in last week in the trucking sector. And the numbers were not good. FreightWaves says the freight winter that sent Surge into bankruptcy and a shutdown Convoy does not appear to be over yet, even if the bottom is likely in. Tender rejection rates are hovering about 4%, indicating the capacity is still loose and that asset-based carriers aren't in a position to reject contracted freight. JB's first quarter results reported last Tuesday after the market closed revealed the pain felt by the largest transportation providers and their brokerages. Integrated Capacity Solutions, Hunt's brokerage, said gross revenues were down 26% year over year on 22% fewer loads and 5% lower revenue per load. The operation as a whole is now smaller than it was 5 years ago in the first quarter of 2019 when they posted gross revenue of $301 million. Wall Street was not happy. Hunt's share price down more than 8% since it announced their first quarter results. Then BNSF, we once again received little incremental insight into integration processes, besides there being challenges in the quarter. According to the equity analyst Bruce Chain in a note to clients, the acquisition is still somewhat of a black box in our view, and we'd really like to see more disclosure given that it constitutes a quarter of the segment right now. The company's still contending with acquisition and integration-related costs, but it seems like the deal could be less margin accretive than we initially had assumed. FreightWaves spoke to logistics industry expert Kevin Hill about the state of the market and the freight brokerage industry. Brush Pass gathers intelligence on key decision makers and technology stacks in all the freight brokerages out there. Brokers are saying it is a brutal market right now. Signing up new shippers is a challenge. Getting more loads is a challenge. And pricing something profitably is a real challenge. Hill said while there are 27,000 active brokers with motor carrier numbers operating in the United States, 88% of the industry's gross revenue is controlled by the top 1,000 brokers. And the largest of those, the top 50 or so, that compete with the largest asset-based truckload carriers for volumes, have suffered the brunt of this freight recession. Well, we got to get a news break in here, and more to come on a Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Gas prices are continuing to rise, going up again over the last few weeks. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg on just how much we can expect the price at the pump to increase.
The gasoline pump price run-up did continue. We have another 10 cents more in the price. The new price is $3.77 for regular. And it's been rising for 15 weeks now. It's up 59 cents since early January.
Lundberg says the unrest in the Middle East and Ukrainian targeting of Russian oil infrastructure is helping to aid in the instability of the crude oil market. Tennessee police are continuing to investigate after at least 2 people are dead and 6 others are injured after a shooting at a Memphis block party. Police saying hundreds were gathered at the party at Orange Mound Park on Saturday when officers responded to emergency calls and found 2 men dead at the scene. Police are continuing to look for the suspects. Some House Republicans are extremely angry with Speaker Johnson, who works with Democrats and does not include money for U.S. border security in the $95 billion aid package. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Now, some Republicans in the House furious with Johnson for working with Democrats to get this all passed. Here's Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, followed by Texas Congressman Chip Roy.
America last. America last. That's all this is. Every single day, America last.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I'm frustrated that there was zero border security in the bill. But let's be very clear. That border bill, H.R. 2, that was voted on today, will have no force of law, was not part of the package, was done as a cover vote, and gave cover to 5 Democrats who voted for it. It's mind-bogglingly stupid to have put that on the floor.
The bill now heads to the Senate, where preliminary voting could take place as soon as Tuesday. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Senate recently dismissed all impeachment articles against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, which House Republicans had brought forward, alleging that the ongoing illegal immigrant crisis at the southern border is a result of Mayorkas deliberately neglecting his duty to secure it. Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee joins Fox Sunday Morning Futures and says he's disappointed in the move.
Where they're supposed to close the door, they open the door. They're doing the exact opposite of what's required every single time. Look, Alejandro Mayorkas is not a restaurateur whose job it is to invite as many people in as possible. His job is to serve as the gatekeeper. He's not keeping the gate.
You'll be able to use E15 gas this summer. USA's John Schaefer explains.
A national emergency waiver has been granted for the sale of E15 gasoline throughout the summer season. The EPA announced the issuance of the waiver on Friday, citing its aim to alleviate pump pressures stemming from the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. Previously, certain regions faced limitations on selling E15 gas during the summer months.
An investigation is continuing in Chicago after a police officer was shot over the weekend. The Chicago Police Department saying the 30-year-old officer was returning home after his shift when he was shot multiple times. He was taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he died. The officer was killed 2 days before he would have turned 31. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. For those just joining us, welcome aboard. Trust you had a good weekend. So we settled in. Back to work we go. All right, as far as, I don't know, a little bit confused about the Android app. Yeah, I got a message from Horse Feathers, about 11 o'clock this past evening, and he couldn't get it on his phone. I couldn't get it on my phone. My wife and I have identical Android phones, but it's working on her phone, not working on mine. Maybe some sort of a software update had occurred or something. I'm not exactly. I mean, I saw Lisa Burkhardt also said, she's got the Android. She said it's working. Android phone is working. Okay, so for some it is, some not. All I know is that the folks at radio.co will be back in the office later this morning. Can't really do anything. If you try to contact them after hours, you get to chat with a robot, if you know what I mean. All right, and we had our first winner of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive swag pack that was drawn this past Friday morning. Congratulations to Tim G. Now, whomever Tim G is, that's all the info I have. Mindy sent you a message, probably, I'm guessing like through the Facebook Messenger, because it was a Facebook entry, kind of like we did with the Hot Shot Secret product a few weeks ago. So you need to get back to Mindy and give her, she needs an address so she can send you your package, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive swag. Got the T-shirt, the travel mug, and you'll like that travel mug. These bad boys will keep ice cold for 2.5, 3 days. It's a long time. And a Steve Summers Overnight Drive coaster for your vehicle there. And we'll be kicking off a new opportunity for you to register as we get a new week underway here. Win some swag. And we're looking for you to post your Steve Summers Overnight Drive stickers, whether it's on the bumper of your car, your truck, your trailer, wherever it might be. I think, who was it? I think Rambler's got his Steve Summers Overnight Drive sticker on his lunchbox. So there you go, another week underway. See if anybody else checking in via the Restream here this Monday morning. Mindy is on board, or she was a few minutes ago. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Have a great start to your week. John Ferguson, I got to wish Mike that all crooked politicians quit before I die. We'll get more on our travelers' weather coming up here. Meanwhile, other industry headlines. And we're also going to update you on potential weather issues coming up later this week. Police in Utah are asking for the public's help in finding 3 men responsible for a recent scam targeting truck drivers. In a post last week, the Willard City Police Department shared photos of 3 men suspected in connection to a robbery that occurred that afternoon in the parking lot of the Flying J Travel Center. According to police, the individuals would approach drivers in the lot, claiming to have just won the lottery, and would tell them they're passing out cash to reward truck drivers. You know, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, because this is where it gets interesting. Then they're going to ask you how much cash you have on you. However much money you've got, we're going to double that money. So they're fishing to see who's got a couple $100 in their pocket, right? Obviously, when the cash comes out, the conversation takes a quick turn. Police said while one of the individuals would count the money, another of the other suspects would assault the victims, and the offenders would obviously take off with your cash. Officer Jordan Harper with the Willard Police Department tells KSL-TV News there were reports of other men telling customers at the truck stop that somebody's giving money out to truckers, presumably to try and attract others to that scam. We want to warn the public. when they're out at the gas stations, please be cautious, stay alert. There's people out there doing this kind of stuff. Sometimes things are too good to be true, right? Kind of sounds like, what was the old 3-card money trick that they'd get truck drivers out there? The new drivers, they'd reel you in. Now, Harper added it's likely the 3 men that are wanted in connection to the robbery, much like the victims they are targeting, are probably just passing through the state. As of Friday afternoon, no arrest had been made in this case, but officers are asking anyone that might have information or who may have seen the individuals or possible vehicles involved to contact the Willard City Police Department through dispatch there. Yeah, how much money you got in your pocket will double whatever you've got. Sounds too good to be true, probably is. How much money would you whip out of your pocket, Knuckle Buster?
I wouldn't whip out a dime, guaranteed. I wouldn't. I ain't falling for that baloney. Matter of fact, the only baloney I got in the truck is back there in the refrigerator right now. I broke down and bought a pack today there. Tennessee told me that that was the last pack of baloney I was going to get for a while, too. So she's trying to make me healthier, I guess, there. Yeah, I like them women wearing your T-shirt, too. You know, that's my favorite thing there. Say, whether an old song, Watching Girls Go By or something like that. Ronnie McDowell, I think that's one of his songs there. So,
I remember
anyway, and there's people talking about selling stuff, too, to you, you know. When you pull that wallet out, man, you're subject to getting somebody sticking a gun in that face and robbing you, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, Tennessee's PO'd at me, buddy.
Well, what have you done this time?
Well, they gave me a load down to Miami, Florida for this week. So she's mad because she couldn't take off and go with me. So, and they sent me out a route too. They sent me all the way over to Hillbilly Hollywood, a.k.a. Nashville, Tennessee, to pick this load up. Apparently, somebody out of our Nashville terminal couldn't haul it down there. I guess they wasn't man enough to truck all night, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, man, I tell you, it's been a short weekend there. I'm, you know, I got in Saturday and I'm back out again Sunday night. Or actually, it's Monday morning, right? So, how was your weekend?
I had a good weekend. Spent our Saturday out at the auto dealership. I know our lease term was up. Now, how do you think things went? I wanted to just go ahead and take the loan to pay off the lease vehicle because I only had like 22,000 miles on it. Princess wanted to kind of trade in to get a 2024 model year. How do you think that worked out?
Hey, Steve, a happy wife is a happy life, right?
So, yeah, we've got a 2024 Outback in the driveway now.
Oh, man, don't it smell good inside?
It won't for long.
Yeah, I know that's right there. So that's all right. I buy them all the time. I just bought that other pickup. Matter of fact, I got 3 pickups now. I don't know how the hell I'm going to drive all 3 of them.
Well, I guarantee the dealership was happy to get that thing because that's what they thrive on, that lease. So they've got a 2021 model year with only 22,000 and some odd miles on it. They probably got that thing out there on the lot for almost the price of a new one.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. On my phone, my Bluetooth cut out. I couldn't hear anything you were saying, Steve. So, I'm finally back with you again there. So, anyway, well, I'm glad you got it. Well, actually, I'm glad Mama Summers got a new car.
Yes.
So, yeah. but you'll still have to drive her around everywhere, right?
That is correct. We are a one-car family, so.
Oh, okay. Well, I drive during the week. Tennessee drives during the weekend. If I ain't getting under the steering wheel on the weekend there. As a matter of fact, we left the house Saturday morning, and after I got in, and we're on the way down there to CBS Pharmacy, and she wanted to carry that 2019 Silverado that has tags on it, that 2015 F-150. The bank hadn't sent the title to us yet, so we carried that Silverado, and a little 18-year-old gal busted us in the back end, but it didn't even hurt that Silverado, but the little girl was all right there. And what started all of it was this Amazon van. He just come to a dead stop in front of Tennessee and then turned up the driveway there. So, but all we got was a few scratches on the back bumper, but a little 18-year-old gal, her daddy said, well, I just bought this car. I guess I'm going to buy another one. Be like you, right?
Right.
All right. Well, damn, that's crazy right there. You just passed me on the right. I got a song for Monkey Gouger and Lauren Wheat there. Did you get that video I sent you of Big Earl?
Big Earl. That's not ringing a bell.
Stupid SOB. I can't even say the rest of the lyrics because you'd have to blow me up there.
Well, all right.
That's what they need to be thinking.
That's
right.
What
they need to be singing to them slow trucks there, right?
Yeah. Well, Gouger, have a good Monday. We'll maybe hear from you in that loneliest hour. So he's making a run down to Miami. So I guess what? Tennessee was thinking maybe she'd tag along for the ride and spend some time hanging out at the beach, maybe? It is 18 past the hour. Hello to Tim Jim. Haven't heard from you in a coon's age, but he's got an Android phone, and he's having the issue as well. So it's like, I don't know, it's hit or miss. It working for some, not for others. Yeah, we'll get that all technically diagnosed here later today, right? Meanwhile, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I'll give you an update on concerns of the bird flu. Remember the whole bird flu thing that's now showing up in cattle, dairy cattle around the country. A couple of stories I'd come across over the weekend here. Yeah, the first headline was the morning briefing, what you need to know in the day ahead. Yeah, the World Health Organization voicing alarm late last week at the growing spread of the H5N1 bird flu to new species, including humans, who they say face an extraordinarily high mortality rate. This remains, I think, the quote was, an enormous concern from the United Nations Health Agency chief scientist speaking to reporters in Geneva. The current bird flu outbreak that started in 2020 has led to the deaths of tens of millions of poultry, wild birds also infected as well as land and marine animals. Cows and goats joined the list last month, which they say is a surprising development for experts because they're not thought susceptible to this type of flu. The H5N1 strain has become a global zoonotic animal pandemic. The great concern, of course, is that in infecting ducks and chickens, and then increasingly mammals, that the virus now evolves and develops the ability to infect humans, and then, critically, the ability to go from human to human. So far, there is no evidence that the virus is spreading between humans, but in the hundreds of cases, they say, where humans have been infected through contact with animals, the mortality rate is extraordinarily high, they said. From the year 2003 to April 1 of this year, the World Health Organization said they recorded 463 deaths from 889 human cases across 23 countries, putting the case fatality rate at 52%. Now, obviously, we've only had 2 recorded human cases here in the United States. And both of those individuals, the first individual reported, I think it was just like red eyes were his only symptom. And the other was, I think, reported feeling like fatigue. But they responded to antibiotic treatment. So these numbers from elsewhere around the world, probably individuals living in countries where they don't have a good medical community, or maybe even the availability of antibiotics and things of that nature. These are people that are dealing with chicken farms and turkey farms and things like that. Now, they went on to say it is a concerning development. U.S. authorities earlier this month said that person in Texas was recovering from the bird flu after he was exposed to dairy cattle. Again, only the second case of a human testing positive in this country. Now, the virus has sickened herds, dairy cattle, that have been exposed to wild birds, and the number of states is growing. I believe we're up to 8 states now. It also appears to have been the first human infection from the influenza A H5N1 virus strain through contact with an infected mammal. Now, when you come into the mammalian population, obviously you're getting closer to humans. This virus is just looking for a new novel host. He called for beefing up monitoring, insisting it's very important to understand how many human infections may be happening, because that's where the adaptation of the virus is going to happen. It's a tragic thing to say, but if I get infected with H5N1 and I die, that's the end of it. If I go around the community and spread it to others, then you start a cycle, he says. Now, efforts are underway toward the development of vaccines and therapeutics for H5N1, stressing the need to ensure that regional and national health authorities around the world have the capacity to diagnose the virus. Yeah, this was being done so that H5N1 if it did come across humans with human-to-human transmission, the world needs to be in a position to immediately respond, he says. Access to vaccines, therapeutics, and obviously the ability to diagnose. Story number 2. Now, this is moving back to the farmers and the veterinarians that have been waiting for some sort of a confirmation. How is this transmitting among the cows? Dairy herds now in 8 states have tested positive over the past month. Those of us that have worked with influenza for a long time were fairly quickly saying, yep, it moves cow to cow. This is Jim Lowe, the dean at the University of Illinois College of Veterinary Medicine, on Friday. You cannot explain the epidemiology any other way. Migratory birds are believed to be the original source, but the USDA said their investigation into cow infections, including cases where the virus spread was associated with cattle movements between herds. There's also evidence the virus spread from dairy cattle premises back into nearby poultry premises through some unknown route, they said. Now, the Department of Agriculture said the cows shed the virus in milk at high concentrations. So anything that comes in contact with unpasteurized milk may spread the disease. Respiratory transmission is not considered a primary way for the virus to spread in the cattle. So again, that would be airborne. All right, so despite the uncertainty right now, they have not imposed any quarantines restricting the movement of cattle around the infected dairies at this point, but just something they're closely monitoring. I don't know. So you're up to speed. It's 844-844-3388. Get a Monday underway. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update.
It provides for greater accountability over Ukraine aid.
You're listening to House Speaker Mike Johnson as the House passes a $95 billion foreign aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan.
It forces an endgame strategy for the Ukraine war. It includes a loan instrument of this foreign aid to Ukraine and the Repo Act to ensure that Russian assets pay for part of the bill.
The Senate expected to vote on this funding on Tuesday, and then the bill heads to President Biden's desk. Now, as for the breakdown of all the money, $61 billion slated for Ukraine, $26 billion heading to Israel, and $8 billion going to Taiwan. Severe weather in North Carolina forcing the Trump campaign to cancel a rally Saturday planned in the town of Wilmington. The former president, who was already in the state, calling into the rally to ask supporters to move out of the area as a severe storm was moving in.
I'm devastated that this could happen.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we start looking ahead as we start the week off very quiet and very cold in the east with frost advisories and freeze warnings all the way down in the deep south. But we have seen a bit of a lull in severe weather in recent days. That's going to be changing later this week. A potential multi-day severe weather outbreak possible across the central states starting Thursday afternoon. Somebody just last week was talking about how Tornado Alley, your traditional Tornado Alley, is running way behind as far as tornadic activity this year. We've seen the states with the most tornadoes not considered to be in Tornado Alley. That looks to be changing this week. Yeah, it could be multiple rounds of severe thunderstorms across the region into the Midwest, from late week through the weekend. It reaches its crescendo on Friday, reaching all the way from the southern plains to the Midwest. Could begin as early as Thursday. Now, AccuWeather hinted at extended into the weekend for multiple areas. Powerful winds, damaging hail, torrential downpours, a few tornadoes as these storms form and roll east every day. Follow a few days of maybe scattered showers and thunderstorms not reaching severe levels across the central states Tuesday and Wednesday. The real show looks to begin Thursday. That threat for severe weather is expected to begin later Thursday as warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico flows northward into the southern and central plains. were able to identify this risk or they were looking at this with the models all the way back last week, because this is what they call textbook appearance, a classic early spring setup for severe weather. Beginning Thursday afternoon, storms forecast to erupt from northern Texas northward through Oklahoma, Kansas, and far eastern Colorado before rolling east into the night. Kansas City, Oklahoma City, Wichita, Kansas, among those areas at risk for that initial round. Packing winds over 60 miles per hour, hail up to the size of tennis balls, and ferocious downpours. While the risk for tornadic activity will be relatively low compared to later in the week, you cannot rule out a few tornadoes, especially in those areas after dark in many areas. All right, there are the area of low pressure driving this multi-day severe weather threat forecast to reach the peak strength as we end the work week on Friday. This will help expand the risk for damaging storms and tornadoes to more states, from Texas all the way to Illinois. Yeah, forecasters are initially saying there is some risk for severe weather. That threat could be elevated to a higher category at some point this week. That will occur if and when the confidence in the development of severe or tornadic thunderstorms increases. Does look like Friday and Friday night should have the greatest risk for a few tornadoes with that particular round of severe weather. Wind directions and speed are going to vary in different levels of the atmosphere. Those in and around Des Moines, Iowa, Little Rock, Arkansas, St. Louis, and Tulsa, Oklahoma need to elevate your plans, or evaluate, rather, your plans for Friday. Be prepared to alter those plans should there be a significant risk for those storms that could produce tornadoes. So that's going to be slowing down some of our freight delivery later on this week, undoubtedly. Now, back to the calls on a Monday. Would that be the C&I Dog, I believe?
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, I also am having problems with the app. There's a splash screen that comes up saying that the app is not available.
Correct.
To the station.
Yep.
So I tried to delete it and then reinstall it, because I know you were talking to somebody about a different platform. I figured maybe over the weekend you guys tweaked it or something like that. I thought if I reload it, maybe possibly it would work, but it
didn't.
Gave me the same splash screen.
Okay.
Yep. I have an Android phone, a Note 9. You guys are talking about road rage a little bit, and about how drivers don't let you get around the turtle race. And I've said for years, and I know I'm a broken record, but I wish they'd start passing laws more geared towards the guy in the right lane that blocks you out in the flow of traffic. I've been noticing that more and more, that big trucks, they'll slow down significantly, and when you jump out in the left lane, they'll pin you out there. Mm-hmm. And now cars are involved with doing that. I went on vacation after the solar eclipse. I told you about my vacation, and I noticed, it's kind of weird, but truck drivers were messing with me as a car driver out west. I was in the Arizona area, and I don't know why, but some like owner-operators just like to slow down or block you out in the lane or tailgate you. Now, I'm not trying to give trucking a black eye.
Right.
Not at all. I just think maybe more law officers need to take rides in big trucks and see what's going on out there. That's just my opinion, of course. Yeah, I don't have any other access, so I listen to your show the following day towards the evening, the iHeartRadio app, they still have the podcast there. So if anybody's looking to listen to the show a little bit later, because they can't pick it up live, still on the podcast on the iHeart Network. Probably another podcast too, but that's the one I frequent.
It's on I mean, I don't know how many different podcast platforms there are. There's a ton of them, but you can find we're on pretty much all of them.
Yep. Now, are you broadcasting in Joliet, Illinois? I could have sworn I heard something about that.
I mean, that was a station that was supposed to come online, and I don't think it has. I'm not sure what's going on with that, and it may not. I don't know.
Okay. Do you know how many stations you are on, or you don't have a copy of that?
I don't have the breakdown. I mean, there's stations we're supposed to be on that we're not on because so I don't think our list is accurate.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, that's all I have, and I'll catch you on the backside. You know how many stations you are on? Or you on the phone call.
Okay. Very, very good. Thank you very much. I pulled up my page because I'm looking at. We've got obviously the Facebook, the Rumble, the Apple Podcast, Google Podcasts, Amazon, TuneIn, Spotify, and as you mentioned, the iHeart, and I think there's several others as well, but. It's 844-844-3388. Back with us on a Monday. Hello, Scarecrow.
Well, Steve, I got a forecast for you. I'll let you chew on this for a little while. This comes courtesy of NOAA Weather now. This would be ours for Tuesday. Okay, it starts out mostly sunny. Chance of rain showers in the morning. 70% chance of rain in the afternoon. Where are they going to squeeze all this sunshine in that they're talking about, huh?
A good question.
Oh, man. Nah, our weather, too. It's up and down for the rest of the week here, precipitation, and I'm truly thinking about firing up the wood boiler again. We're down in the 20s. Just about every night this week now. We did our motorcycle run Saturday, Steve. We never saw 40 degrees. I think 38 was about the highest it made. Never saw any sunshine. And, but we can say we did it. I guess that's about as far as that goes. Oh, just a curiosity. How did Friday's program go? Specifically, how did the casualness go?
I think we had a pretty casual Friday. And matter of fact, I think we had more trucking talk than anything else Friday morning. We got to hear from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. I think Grump chimed in. The Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler, Cue Ball joined us Friday morning. Had a good cast of characters.
Oh, that's serious truck driving there. Yeah, you didn't really have to concern yourself with casualness. I'd, given my absence, I'd lined up 3, which I figured were very capable individuals that could deal with casualness at one level or another. And, and I did point out, should they find themselves in a bind and feeling the pressure way, I told them, just belt out a verse from Indian Love Church.
Oh,
and
boy.
Would be fine. Steve would be happy with that. So, other than that, things went well. Friday and all, we're good for another 5 years, I guess. And it's kind of interesting, though. I'm waiting for the survey comment section to come around. And there's quite a few others that I've shared this with that are questioning it too. Now this is through the Mayo healthcare system, well respected, well known. See, my appointment, the date was set a solid month ago, a month and a half back, but there was no specific time stated. Well, I got some paperwork middle of last week, and it said that I would be contacted. Now, my appointment was Friday. I would be contacted by 5:30 Thursday evening, setting the time for the procedure. If I didn't hear from them by 5:30, it was my duty to contact them. Now, this all involves, you have to have a chauffeur, take you in, given that when you go under, you're technically not supposed to drive a vehicle, and such. So you got to line up somebody to do the driving for you. Well, that means that person pretty much has to have the entire day off. If they're employed, they have to take a vacation day, not knowing what the heck hour of the day that they're going to be taking the person down.
Right.
Fortunately, my sister-in-law, she's retired, so she jumped in. But no, I'm really looking forward to being able to, lend my opinion as to what I think of their system and such way. So yeah, it was nearly 6 o'clock Thursday night before I found out that I had a 7:10 appointment in the morning. So that's certainly a curiosity. Oh, let's see. Beyond that, Steve, I would never want to be called the matchmaker, but I could sense already the phrase "the deal-making man" out there. Now, we heard, not that long ago, a few minutes back, One Horse Feathers, he's kind of sound like he wants to get into some big-time trucking there. He wants to haul propane way down to the deep south. Now, that's going to require a rig with a condo.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Let's take this one step further. We know one individual who has retirement in his vocabulary these days. What do you think about the hind quarters of a horse with wings sticking out the sides up on a particular airfoil shield of a big blue Peterbilt? Now, I bet the wheels are turning on the fuel haulers end there. Now, I don't know if the big blue truck driver owner, if he's on the air tonight or not, but yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of kudos, coming, and stabbing, yeah, either way. They're going to be smacking Crow on the back, and way to go, pal. So we'll have to stay tuned. There's probably a rest of the story to that one. I got to go to work here, Steve, so we'll
all right.
Again later on.
You got to earn that pay, as they say. Very good. Thank you much. Hey, back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, right on the heels of sharing with you on the Friday morning program. I mentioned Denver, Colorado, where the council there, they're voting to cut how many millions of dollars? $8.9 million, I believe, from their police and fire budgets, because it's costing them a ton of money to deal with the illegals. They've got a different term. They call them the newcomers. The newcomers that are pouring in to another sanctuary city. I said, what a brilliant idea. So you're going to pull more and more law enforcement off the street. And we know not all of these newcomers are good, upstanding people. Your crime is going to be going through the roof. Separately, over the weekend, we got word that the Houston police union leaders have warned that the city's safety is jeopardized by the criminal suspects who have been freed on bond amid an ongoing shortage of police officers. In an interview, Houston Police Officers Union Executive Director Ray Hunt said, "I have never in my lifetime, and I'm a lifelong Houstonian, seen this many suspected murderers and capital murderers who are actually walking the streets of Houston out on multiple bonds. I would not let my wife or kids walk down the streets of Houston at midnight under any circumstances," he said. It's not safe in major cities this year, 2024. It's not safe here, he says. But Houston Police Department's data showed that in January there were 5,187 officers, or 2.2 officers for 1,000 residents. We are in a perfect storm right now, according to the union president, Doug Griffith. Yeah, we had the George Floyd come down. We can't hire. We can't retain our officers. The people are leaving left and right. Who in the hell wants to be a police officer in 2024 when every single thing that they're doing is going to be second-guessed? I could not encourage any of my family to come be an officer this year with the situation that's going on. Griffith asserted that the Houston City Council was alerted about department shortages a decade ago in the wake of the Sam Houston State University report showing an alarming city shortage of officers. Now, he noted that in 2014, if Houston was staffed like Chicago, we would have 9,602 sworn officers. At that time, we had about 5,600, 4,000 short. Now we have just over 5,000. We've already lost officers since then. Survey of investigative division commanders revealed excessively high number of cases with leads that weren't even investigated in 2013 due to a lack of personnel. Everybody knew we were short-handed, and now everyone wants to say, well, wow, these officers are lazy. They're not doing their job. That's not true, he said. Yeah, the court system is also to blame for not doing their job. Their contention is we can't hold somebody. We have to give everybody a bond. Yeah, the first time. Now, once they violate that bond, they can be held in jail until they go to court again. We've got people on 6, 7, 8, 9 bonds at one time. That is a problem that we have to fix in the courts. And with the district attorney's office, you try to make sure these public offenders cannot be continuing to roam the streets to victimize our citizens. But that's Yeah, they out. Let them out, let them out, let them out. That is the problem, and that's been sweeping the country with these lax district attorneys. Okay, so it is 844-844-3388. News break coming up here. We'll come back in the next hour. Remember the discussion last week where there was that incredible amount of flooding in the United Arab Emirates and talks about they're trying to manipulate the weather, the seeding of the clouds? Not everybody apparently is convinced that Dubai was not seeding those clouds when they got, some places picked up nearly 10 inches of rain in a very short time. In the fallout, in the aftermath, forecasters warning of potential weather wars between countries if cloud seeding gets out of hand. That's interesting. We'll tell you more about what he had to say. He was referring to the torrential rains in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, that caused the extreme flooding last Monday, a week ago today, that brought widespread disruption. Schools closed, homes flooded, travel delayed. So more on that again coming up in our next hour as we get the new week underway, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Gas prices are continuing to rise, going up again over the last few weeks. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg on just how much we can expect the price at the pump to increase.
The gasoline pump price run-up did continue. We have another 10 cents more in the price. The new price is $3.77 for regular. And it's been rising for 15 weeks now. It's up 59 cents since early January.
Lundberg says the unrest in the Middle East and Ukrainian targeting of Russian oil infrastructure is helping to aid in the instability of the crude oil market. Tennessee police are continuing to investigate after at least 2 people are dead and 6 others are injured after a shooting at a Memphis block party. Police saying hundreds were gathered at the party at Orange Mountain Park on Saturday when officers responded to emergency calls and found 2 men dead at the scene. Police are continuing to look for the suspects. Some House Republicans are extremely angry with Speaker Johnson, who works with Democrats and does not include money for U.S. border security in the $95 billion aid package. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Now, some Republicans in the House furious with Johnson for working with Democrats to get this all passed. Here's Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, followed by Texas Congressman Chip Roy.
America last. America last. That's all this is. Every single day, America last.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I'm frustrated that there was zero border security in the bill. But let's be very clear. That border bill, H.R. 2, that was voted on today, will have no force of law, was not part of the package, was done as a cover vote, and gave cover to 5 Democrats who voted for it. It's mind-bogglingly stupid to have put that on the floor.
The bill now heads to the Senate, where preliminary voting could take place as soon as Tuesday. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Senate recently dismissed all impeachment articles against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, which House Republicans had brought forward, alleging that the ongoing illegal immigrant crisis at the southern border is a result of Mayorkas deliberately neglecting his duty to secure it. Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee joins Fox Sunday Morning Futures and says he's disappointed in the move.
Where they're supposed to close the door, they open the door. They're doing the exact opposite of what's required every single time. Look, Alejandro Mayorkas is not a restaurateur whose job it is to invite as many people in as possible. His job is to serve as the gatekeeper. He's not keeping the gate.
You'll be able to use E15 gas this summer. USA's John Schaefer explains.
A national emergency waiver has been granted for the sale of E15 gasoline throughout the summer season. The EPA announced the issuance of the waiver on Friday, citing its aim to alleviate pump pressures stemming from the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. Previously, certain regions faced limitations on selling E15 gas during the summer months.
An investigation is continuing in Chicago after a police officer was shot over the weekend. The Chicago Police Department saying the 30-year-old officer was returning home after his shift when he was shot multiple times. He was taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he died. The officer was killed 2 days before he would have turned 31. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We are back. on a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. Just like that, it's over. Hot dogs. Get your hot dogs. They were scattered all over the interstate after a semi, the truck detached from its trailer Friday morning in Kentucky. Now, this happened about 1 o'clock in the morning while we were talking live on Interstate 65 near the Interstate 64 and I-71 interchanges, downtown Louisville. According to WDRB, the semi-truck struck the barrier wall, which caused the trailer to rip apart. A large portion of the trailer then tumbled off the ramp, flipping onto the roadway below, scattering that load of hot dogs. Lots of debris for the crews to clear. No one was hurt in the accident. Reason for the crash into the barrier wall, that's not clear. But all lanes of 65 were shut down near that Interstate 64 and 71 interchanges as crews worked to clear the hot dogs and the destroyed trailer. All right, this week, a higher speed limit is now in effect on portions of the H.E. Bailey Turnpike in Oklahoma. According to the Turnpike Authority, new speed limit signage was installed last Thursday on the turnpike between Chickasha and Lawton in Comanche, Caddo, and Grady counties there. The new signage increases the speed limit to 80 miles per hour for that 59-mile stretch along the turnpike. The section of the I-44 H.E. Bailey between Newcastle and Chickasha was signed for 80 miles per hour back in the summer of 2020. So we're increasing speeds along portions of that highway. Now, they did say the speed limit on 44 between Lawton and the Texas state line will stay at 75 miles per hour. Now, many motorists expressing approval of the increased speed limit. The trucking community a bit less enthusiastic because of the possible dangers presented by the speed differential. Comments from several drivers stating that some semis out there are still governed at 55 and 60. My semi is governed at 68, he says. The interaction, right? Yeah, real smart idea, said another. With all the big truck traffic and cars going that speed and faster, should make for some good wrecks. Let's see. Mega carriers better step it up because now everybody's going to be at risk. Mega carriers, they'd be like 55 miles per hour. Okay, so we'll see where that goes. Good morning to Pup. How was your weekend?
Hey, Steve. Oh, it's still going pretty good. Other than I've got a big problem here, buddy.
Uh-oh.
You always say you can check your screen, see how many people's watching or listening. I can't open your app. There's a radio.co that keeps covering your page, and it won't let me open your app.
You've got the Android phone. You've got the Android, yes. Apparently, there's a few people that have Androids that said they've been able to get it, but I think there's a whole lot that can't. And obviously, yes, the numbers are down. Pretty significant this morning.
Well, I mean, I love the app, and I've never ever had a problem with it. And if you click on that and stuff, it wants like $40 a month, and it says to create your own radio station.
Yeah, and stuff. Yeah, Mindy's aware they're going to be working on that. We've got a message into the team there at radio.co. It's a technical glitch of some sort.
Okay. Well, I won't be able to listen to it because I'm not on Facebook or anything else like that, but I wasn't sure if you were aware of that or not.
Yes, we are aware of that.
I sure do.
Do you have internet access like on your phone? I mean, you could go to, if you open up the internet, you go to overnightdriveradio.com. That's screened and live.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Will I keep my phone on like the YouTube did?
It's not going to have.
When you
it doesn't have the video. It would just have the audio. And I think that like however long your screen stays lit up, it'll go dark. It's just you'd have to open up your.
Oh, okay.
You'd have to open up whatever your internet browser you use.
Yeah. So just overnightdrive.com.
Overnightdriveradio.com.
Oh, okay. So how was your weekend?
Short and sweet, but I guess I had a good weekend. We got the car taken care of. Turned in the old lease. And Princess wanted a new one. I wanted to keep the car we had. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So was this the weekend that? Oh no, you went for that walk 2 weekends ago.
Yes. Yeah. The 5K.
Okay. All right. So did you, what kind of car did you get this round?
It's pretty much the same identical vehicle minus we never used the sunroof on the one we had. So we just opted for the model that doesn't have the sunroof, but it's a 2024 model Subaru Outback. Yeah. We got a pearl white rather than the black this time though.
Oh, well, I won't show the dirt stuff.
I don't know which is worse.
Close is...
I'm trying to recall whether the black cars showed dirt real bad. I can't remember if the white cars showed the dirt like that or not.
No, it'll look a lot cleaner. It doesn't show the dirt near as bad as black does. Because when it rains and stuff, like how the rain and is it like a dirty rain where it
pollen,
the dust out of the sky and
stuff.
Yeah, and pollen that'll always show up on your black. It shouldn't show up on your white. But, I texted Pappy earlier. Sounds like our son's going to take a job in Westchester area, and he said that's a pretty nice area in that part of your state.
Yeah.
So, sounds like he's going to be moving down your way.
Okay, yeah, I think Westchester's a pretty decent area. It is. Mm-hmm.
I woke up and I thought I'm going to turn on the overnight drive, and whammo, I couldn't get the app on.
Yeah.
So, I'll try that other thing and see if that works or not, but. Hopefully it does, because I like listening to you guys and everything. All right, Steve, we'll have a good night, and I'll try that other deal.
And hopefully when we come back here for our Monday night show, that it'll be rectified, back up and running. Knock on wood.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, big buddy.
All righty. OvernightDriveRadio.com on the internet. Oh, let's head on down to Florida. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing?
Hanging with them. How was your weekend?
Just work as usual. Had to work out in the yard a little bit yesterday.
Yep.
So, got a little work on a little bit of a generator yesterday, so thinking of Pappy when I was working on the generator a little bit yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Got one I'm getting ready and going servicing on, trying to get everything set for it so we're ready in June. So that overnightdriveradio.com website that's amazing. I've tried all of it, and I think if you want to get just the plain audio and do it like a radio, that's the way to go, Steve. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the easiest thing is just to be able to push that little icon for the app, but if the app's not working, it's pretty simple to open up, well, I don't know, whatever your internet browser, you use Chrome or whatever, just open that up, and there it pops up.
Pretty much. I mean, that's what I do with the Google. I mean, I've got it downloaded in my bookmarks, so I can just click on it on the bookmark and go to it. I'm not a big fan of your Android app, Steve. I don't have it. I had to get rid of it because I had a problem with it going from cell to cell. I don't know if Mindy knows about that or not, but we had a problem with it down here in Florida, so I had to get off the app. I didn't have problems with the iPhone app. Yeah, when I had my iPhone, it worked great. But the Android one gave me a little bit of a challenge here and there, going from when you would go from one cell to the other. Have y'all had any problems with that?
It's pretty much, I mean, I'm thinking it's like that for phone calls, right? I mean, in general. And you lose connection when you go between cells sometimes?
Yeah, that was what I was having the problem with down here with it, was I would go from cell to cell, and sometimes the transition wouldn't be there and it wouldn't come back, and then the app would just shut down.
Yeah. And
it just kept trying to do whatever it needed to get it back up on there. So, but I've just pretty much used Overnight Drive Radio, or I use Facebook. I haven't how's the Rumble working out? Are you guys getting a lot of play on Rumble?
I think it's doing well. I don't have the ability to see any of the numbers or anything, like how many's on there, like I can for the app.
Yeah, I haven't got that one. Earlier you were talking about the police going through their woes in Houston, and it's pretty much everywhere in the world, buddy. I mean, it's with law enforcement. And the day and age we live now, they're second guessing folks instead of letting them do their job. And it's just like out here, the guys driving. They got cameras on them. They're second guessing their ability to do their job. If folks would just leave somebody alone and let them do their job, I think they'd come out pretty good. What do you think, Steve?
Absolutely, yeah. Everything is scrutinized and dissected nowadays. Everything they do.
Well, you think about it, when somebody just orders something, even from Amazon, the amount of time somebody looks on their app to see where their package is. Now, think about that on a larger scale. Like, say, if the package you've got costs $1 million and it's loaded in a semi-trailer, the companies are doing the same thing. Everybody's micromanaging everything to death, and they're not letting people do their job. I mean, stuff's going to get there. You got to be patient, and with law enforcement, it's the same thing. They're micromanaging every move that a police officer makes if they're going to make a bad move against somebody. Let them do their job. If things do get messed up, that's why we have investigations, to go back and manage that stuff.
Right.
And I don't know. It's just everybody's micromanaging. I mean, they do it in every job I've ever worked in. You always see people doing that. It's just like, dude, just let somebody do their job. Leave them alone. And I bet you that job would be done a lot better than what you think if you just let somebody do what they needed to do.
Right.
But I guess that's just the day and age we live in now. Everybody is. And I gotta thank the Blue Angels. Man, they did a fantastic job at Orlando Sanford this weekend. I didn't go to the air show per se, but they came over my house quite a bit. And man, that's amazing when you see 7 of them F-18s all lined up doing all kinds of stuff. Steve, how far are you from Dayton?
About a 45-minute drive. I knew Angels are going to be there. This is going to be the 50th anniversary of the Dayton Air Show, coming up here in June, I think it is.
That's what I was getting ready to say. You need to go down in June and see them. They did it. I mean, that was amazing, some of the stuff that they were doing over at Sanford. And they're going to, their next weekend, they're going to be in Vidalia, Georgia. And then the weekend after that, they're going down to Vero Beach, which is my old stomping grounds when I grew up at. And if anybody gets a chance, go to some of those air shows. Those guys put on an amazing show.
Yep.
And even got a chance, Steve, to see the old Fat Albert came over the house. I don't know. Have you seen Fat Albert?
I don't think so.
Well, the Blue Angels have a C-130. It's a big old cargo plane that they use. It's actually run by the Marines. They use that plane to haul their equipment around to service their planes, and then they also use the plane in a demonstration to show the ability of the C-130 and what it'll do. But I got to see that a little bit, and saw some other planes too. I saw P-51 and saw some big old DC-3s flying around. So pretty cool to see some of that stuff flying around still. That's all I pretty much got today, buddy. Y'all have a good one, and thanks for having me.
All right. Yeah, I was kind of checking out the list of performers for the 50th anniversary. See, it's 1974 to 2024. They got to make it extra special, right? A couple of years ago, when the daughter and I, the grandson, did get up to the air show, they had the what they call the Tora demonstration. Yeah, really cool. The pyrotechnics. Yeah, kind of going back to the Pearl Harbor. So that's going to be back this year. We also got to see the 22, the F-22, I think it was. That demonstration is slated to be back this year. Last week they just announced that would be a ground display, but this bad boy is going to fly all the way from Germany to be there in Dayton for it's an Airbus A400M. Big transport plane that they'll be able to get in there, take a look around. So I'm getting kind of excited about that. Now, hopefully my daughter will have an opportunity to get some of those good tickets again this year, seeing as government contract company. And they're actually one of the big sponsors of the actual air show. And when I did get to go a couple of years ago, it's typically pretty hot out there. I mean, you're out there in the open air and can't hardly find shade. And she has access to, for her company, where they have the big canopy booth, food, drinks, everything, and it's air conditioned inside. Yeah, that makes for a really, really nice deal. But yeah, we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty. What do we have? Brain Dead going to be checking in coming up here. See how his weekend went. He's back to work. I think this is like his Friday Eve. All right, Thursday for him. Looks like heat wave on board. And maybe the anonymous hippopotamus room for you at 844-844-3388. Now, we're talking about this don't mess with Mother Nature. Anybody ever been told that? And in this day and age, trying to manipulate the weather, cloud seeding, United Arab Emirates, where they denied seeding the clouds before that deluge last week. But, I mean, more than 142 millimeters of rain, that's inches and inches. In a 24-hour period, they got the equivalent of a year's worth of rain for that region in 24 hours. There have been theories that this was caused by cloud seeding when planes inject clouds with chemicals sparking precipitation. This was introduced all the way back in the 1940s and is now only used in areas with very little rainfall, like the United Arab Emirates. It is a common thing. They do cloud seeding about 1,000 times a year. But the experts cannot agree. Was this responsible in this case? And it's caused a bit of debate in the weather community as a whole. One forecaster at the environmental technology company Kisters believes that there could be unintended consequences when technology is used to alter the weather. He even thinks there could be diplomatic consequences and subsequent weather wars. Cloud seeding aims to enhance and accelerate the precipitation process, especially in areas which haven't seen any rain over a long period of time. Now, such intense precipitation can lead to infiltration, excess flow, the potential for flash flooding as a result. And these flooding last week in Dubai is pretty much a stark warning of the unintended consequences we can unleash when we use this kind of technology to alter the weather. So there is a lot of debate in the weather community. Don't mess with Mother Nature. It is 844-844-3388. We'll return after a news break here on a Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update.
It provides for greater accountability over Ukraine aid.
You're listening to House Speaker Mike Johnson as the House passes a $95 billion foreign aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan.
It forces an endgame strategy for the Ukraine war. It includes a loan instrument of this foreign aid to Ukraine and the Repo Act to ensure that Russian assets pay for part of the bill.
The Senate expected to vote on this funding on Tuesday, and then the bill heads to President Biden's desk. Now, as for the breakdown of all the money, $61 billion slated for Ukraine, $26 billion heading to Israel, and $8 billion going to Taiwan. Severe weather in North Carolina forcing the Trump campaign to cancel a rally Saturday planned in the town of Wilmington. The former president, who was already in the state, calling into the rally to ask supporters to move out of the area as a severe storm was moving in.
I'm devastated that this could happen.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, my bad. And we return on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's going on, Brain Dead?
You're doing that nasty four-letter word, Steve, just like I do every weekend.
Work.
No, you heard on the news there the incident that happened in Orange Mound Saturday. You know, it just shows how the crime in this community is out of control. The city's out of control. Because you were talking about how the police officers are not the shortage of police officers, like Philip was saying. I mean, it's really crazy. I mean, they had that pop-up block party. I think they've said now that it's 5 dead, 16 injured in a mass.
Really?
And what happened? Yeah. Yep. And I tell you what's behind it already is the gangs.
I was going to say, it
sounds
sounds gang related to me. That's the first thing that came to mind. Yeah.
Right, and it's initiation time. I mean, it happens every year right about now. I mean, you see the cars driving around at night with no headlights on. I mean, we had a dingbat told me the other night that we had a power pole go out. I don't remember if it said young people or not, but some car went through about 3 or 4 power poles and took them out. And we lost power for about 5 or 6 hours, something like that. and the car had no headlights on. So we know it was initiation. I mean, you just look at the signs. I mean, it's like if you go into the neighborhoods around here, you have to be looking up at what colors of tennis shoes are on the power lines, because that's the gang territory. If you see a red color, then you don't go in there with a blue shirt on, or vice versa. They take that as part of the gangs. I mean, that Orange Mound area, if I remember right, that is the first black settlement in the city. It's black only settlement in the city, if I remember right, back in the back when we had segregation. It's out there. If you've been through Memphis and are familiar with Memphis, it's out by the fairgrounds, the airport area. It's over in that area, in this area that I stay away from, because my new nickname becomes Target, and I don't mean the store either.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty crazy. But no, that officer involved shooting they had, what was it, a week or two ago? Well, they charged the 17-year-old kid, and they said that if all these charges stick, he's looking at 300 years in jail. Now, like they always say, like father, like son, his dad's already serving a life sentence in jail for murder. And on top of that, the father of the 18-year-old that was killed, he's coming out saying, "Oh, he wasn't a saint, but he wouldn't have never have done something like this." Well, how do you know he wouldn't have done it? Because the community here is brainwashed into thinking that black people are evil people. I mean, the police officers are evil people. They have no regard. I mean, it's a whole different world here than what it is in other areas, and some people can't grasp the concept of it. I mean, I know New York, Chicago, they all have their problems too, but here it's just like it's all over the news.
Well, the only info I could find was
Dingbat just texted me.
Everything I see on the headlines is eight shot in all, two dead. So that's the numbers that I'm seeing.
Yeah, they must have had enough. I saw this afternoon because, I saw my Redbirds get swept 3 by the Brewers, and you guys swept the Angels in 3. So, but yeah, I mean it's everyday life. We know where to go. We know where to hang out, to go and not go around here. But no, Dingbat just texted me here a minute or two ago. She said Rumble's not working, so I don't know how well or true that is. So, but now I know you said you watched the race. Well, it was some race, wasn't it?
No, I got to see some of the Saturday, not the Sunday. So, and I did see just the highlights from the NASCAR website of those final couple laps there, and the chaos that ensued on the final lap.
Yeah, it's just typical, Talladega. But they did, NASCAR did confiscate the 48, the 17 car Chris Buescher, and the 8 car for wind tunnel testing. And by the way, did you hear about Kyle Larson's crew chief on Friday?
Nothing. I didn't. Not a thing. Nope.
Kyle Larson was not allowed to qualify.
Really?
In fact, they confiscated the roof rails because it didn't meet the requirements for the car. Now, I know that NASCAR in their quote unquote wisdom will come out with some sort of penalties coming out. About Tuesday they'll have additional penalties coming out. So, other than that, oh yeah, I forgot. Did you hear? I know you don't follow basketball at all, but remember here, what was it? A couple weeks back, we talked about how the Toronto Raptors and the NBA were looking to suspend a player for gambling. Well, Jonte Porter has been banned for the league indefinitely after he was, quote unquote, gambling. It's really sad. He was a good player, but I don't understand the whole. If that's in the league's rules, why would you try to bet? I mean, I know we already got the what's going on with Ohtani and not Ohtani per se, but his interpreter, whatever his name is. I know we've been following that. So, but other than that, Steve, we'll holler at you tomorrow night.
All right, which will be your Friday, I do believe. Looking forward to that. Okay, so get back to Senor Heatwave coming up here. First, under industry headlines, I see from Mark Schremer, contributing editor for Landline magazine. The FMCSA has granted a petition from the Transportation Intermediaries Association regarding training requirements for freight forwarders and brokers. According to the FMCSA website, the petition for rulemaking has been closed, and a letter notifying TIA that they've been granted was sent on March 11th. A notice of approval still not published in the Federal Register as of yet. But we're going back to like June of last year. They had petitioned for a rulemaking to implement and enforce existing provisions related to experience and training requirements for brokers and freight forwarders to enter the marketplace. The MAP 21 Act, all the way back from 2012, included a provision that a broker or freight forwarder must employ as an officer an individual who has 3 years of relevant experience or provides the Secretary of Transportation with satisfactory evidence of the individual's knowledge of the rules, regulations, and industry practices. Now, the petition last year, the TIA said that the FMCSA that they had worked with Congress to get that language included in MAP 21 because we had this common rise of reincarnated, or we used the term chameleon carriers. Well, the same with brokers, freight forwarders, and motor carriers in the marketplace. You'll shut them down for whatever reason, safety violations. They'll just turn around and apply and reappear. It's the same company, just with a new name and maybe a new phone number. Unfortunately, incidents of fraud have only increased over the past decade, culminating in a plague of fraud we saw last year. Today's marketplace is filled with fraudulent entities and criminal actors who sully the marketplace at the expense of the regulated entities and ultimately impose an estimated $800 million per year on the American consumer. Now, they say this is because of a lack of enforcement combined with we had the global pandemic that disrupted the marketplace. All right. The FMCSA also granted a petition from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association regarding broker transparency in March of last year. They had petitioned back in 2020 to require brokers to automatically provide an electronic copy of each transaction record within 48 hours after the contractual service has been completed and prohibit brokers from including any sort of a provision that requires carriers to waive their rights to access to those transaction records. Now, although the FMCSA granted the petition early last year, it still has not initiated a rulemaking. That notice of proposed rulemaking is projected to be published later this year. Right now they're saying looking like maybe October. So updates 15 before the hour. Senor Heatwave, I do believe, joins us on a Monday morning. Hey there.
No. Well, good morning, Senor. How y'all doing today?
Not too bad. It's Monday. Greatest day of the week.
What. Yeah, well, that's one Marine's opinion. course, I'm sure his favorite flavor of crayon is yellow, so there you go. Anyways, I'm trying to find my place here. I'm supposed to spend the night here in Boise. Trailer I was to pick up has got a blown hub seal, and that was the only one they had. So, staying in the land of the Broncos. Yeehaw, blue field at all. Well, let's see here. You know, the old saying is, there's never enough knowledge you can acquire in college. And the other one is, there's a lot of college-educated idiots out there. And I tell you what, they're sure proving it along all these college campuses out here. And the Democrats can just thank themselves because they're the ones that have brought this kind of ideology to our children, because they got their liberal. I'm still sorry. I'm trying to do two things at once, and I can't very well do that. You know, they're getting their liberal professors in there, and their wild, whacked out ideologies, and these kids are taking it as, you know, the God's gospel truth. And it really is frightful how this is allowed to happen. So this really needs to stop. This chanting death to America while on American soil, no, this is absolute nonsense. And it's going to get to the point where they're going to raise so damn much hell that somebody is going to come out there with the equalizer, and it's not going to be very pretty.
Right.
I don't think. It's going to get ugly. It's going to get nasty. And again, these idiots have forgotten that it was Hamas that attacked Israel during one of their holidays, took men, women, and children, killed babies, beheaded them. The women, they've raped them, and the men, they have beat up or killed, or both. You know, Hamas is not, they're not the innocent victims here. They're the ones that caused all this nonsense. And I don't know about you, but on Facebook, I've been getting a bunch of AIPAC things saying, sign the card for President Biden, tell him how much we appreciate he is supporting Israel. And I'm thinking, no. One, I don't understand it. There's an AIPAC and a CPAC. Is that right? As far as
all I know, CPAC is the Conservative Political Action Committee. I'm not sure what AIPAC is.
Okay, well, obviously AIPAC is supporting all the jackasses out there. So I don't know why I'm getting that, and I'm not got anything from CPAC. But, you know, they're saying, sign the card, tell them, President Biden, how thankful you are that he's backing Israel. No, he's not. Verbally, to us, he is. But what he's doing, it's his non-actions. He is not acting in the best interest of the Israeli people. You know, telling them, well, you can't fight it this way, you got to fight it this way.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta let these people, you know, take shelter and whatnot. No. You know, it's the Palestinians' issue. They were the ones that chose, or they were forced to choose, all these damn idiots that are running Hamas. Hamas ran for office. People voted for them. Well, you know what? There's going to be collateral damage. You know, you can't be voting for somebody and then not expect, you know, the bombs to fall on you. I mean, hot air balloons and fairy dust is not, you know, what's going to happen. There's harsh realities. And for these students and these protesters out there that are, you know, screaming, you know, death to America, death to Israel, while on American soil, two things need to happen. we won't talk about one because we won't want to have this show censored. But the other one is take every last member of that person's family, send them over there to Palestine or wherever Palestine is. You know, there's no such thing as Palestine. There's Palestinians.
Palestinian.
But there's no country of Palestine.
And they gave them the territory, yes, the Palestinian territory.
Yeah. You know, if they hate us so much with such a passion that they want to chant death to America, send their silly asses over there to the Middle East. Put them right there where Hamas is. And let's see how well Hamas treats them. They don't realize it. They're the infidel that Hamas is griping about. But they're also the useful tools because Hamas is using them to make fools of themselves trying to pass their cause over here. So, you know, whatever those protesters get, they deserve every damn bit of it. Yeah, so that's all I'm going to say about that. NASCAR. How in the hell do they figure out who the winner is? If you have 3 separate winners, like today I was seeing that, and I just could not, it just turns my stomach. It should be a marathon, not a sprint, but that's what they're doing. How do they determine who won that race? If you have 3 different winners, you know.
Well, let's see. You're a winner. You're a winner for stage 1 and a winner for stage 2, and you're getting points for each stage win that goes towards the end of the season when they go into the playoffs. I mean, obviously, the winner of the race is the winner at the end.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah.
I thought maybe they took them whatever. I had no idea. You know,
really?
It may sound stupid, but I know they've done this for so long. I just tuned them out, and I was wondering, well, whoever wins, do they go and go back and see where they finished in the previous stages to determine who the winner is?
No, it's the winner. The stage 1, stage 2. It's all broke down like that, and it's all about points. You win extra points for winning a stage, and you win more points. The winner of the actual race garners the most points on the day. And then, so the winner, ultimately the winner, at the end of the race was Tyler Reddick. He led 13 laps during the race, but ultimately he ended the day with 47 points that goes toward the playoffs. Brad Keselowski finished second. On the day, he earned 38 points, and it kind of goes down the line from there. William Byron, who actually finished the race in 7th, but he garnered 38 points, so I'm assuming maybe he won one of those stages just based on the numbers there. I'm not even sure who won which stage. Kyle Larson was able to race. He finished 21st. And I pulled up what I could find on his suspension thing there. He was actually down 3 pit crew members who were serving suspensions yesterday. As a result, Hendrick Motorsports borrowed a few members of Corey LaJoie's team to help out Larson at Talladega. He had to start the race at the rear of the field. He said his initial reaction was he felt bad for LaJoie because LaJoie is losing the bulk of his pit crew. 3 crew members for Kyle suspended for yesterday's race. The rear tire changer and Jackman number 2. Race suspensions for the wheel coming off. The fueler number 1, a race suspension for apron violation in the Xfinity race. So all those replacements came from Corey LaJoie's team yesterday. When I was reading the whole roster, I mean, man, I feel bad for Corey because he's losing most of his team. I don't think there's anything that I have to do differently. I just have to hit my marks and all that stuff. Don't need to change anything. So, yeah, ultimately, Kyle finished, 21st on the day there in Talladega. Our number, 844-844-3388. Quick update out of Baltimore, if anybody's still paying attention here before we hit our news break at the top of the hour. The FBI, of course, had boarded that ship, and they've initiated what they're calling a criminal investigation. Now, nothing is insinuating that anything involving like terrorism or things of that nature was involved. It's a criminal investigation looking into whether the crew, the owners, and all those involved were following all the maritime laws, is what they're looking at. Moore signed an executive order back on April 5th, $60 million to support businesses with workers affected by the collapse. Of course, we're talking that port generates some 15,300 jobs directly and impacts, with the trickle-down effect, nearly 140,000 jobs that are linked in some form or fashion to all the port activities. Now, will the Dolly's owner be held responsible for the collapse? That's the big question mark right there. Yeah, they've already signed the paperwork trying to limit their liability at about $43.7 million, which that's going to be a drop in the bucket in the big scheme of things. But we'll return after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Gas prices are continuing to rise, going up again over the last few weeks. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg on just how much we can expect the price at the pump to increase.
The gasoline pump price run-up did continue. We have another 10 cents more in the price. The new price is $3.77 for regular. And it's been rising for 15 weeks now. It's up 59 cents since early January.
Lundberg says the unrest in the Middle East and Ukrainian targeting of Russian oil infrastructure is helping to aid in the instability of the crude oil market. Tennessee police are continuing to investigate after at least 2 people are dead and 6 others are injured after a shooting at a Memphis block party. Police saying hundreds were gathered at the party at Orange Mound Park on Saturday when officers responded to emergency calls and found 2 men dead at the scene. Police are continuing to look for the suspects. Some House Republicans are extremely angry with Speaker Johnson, who works with Democrats and does not include money for U.S. border security in the $95 billion aid package. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Now, some Republicans in the House furious with Johnson for working with Democrats to get this all passed. Here's Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, followed by Texas Congressman Chip Roy.
America last. America last. That's all this is. Every single day, America last.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I'm frustrated that there was zero border security in the bill. But let's be very clear. That border bill, H.R. 2, that was voted on today, will have no force of law, was not part of the package, was done as a cover vote, and gave cover to 5 Democrats who voted for it. It's mind-bogglingly stupid to have put that on the floor.
The bill now heads to the Senate, where preliminary voting could take place as soon as Tuesday. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Senate recently dismissed all impeachment articles against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, which House Republicans had brought forward, alleging that the ongoing illegal immigrant crisis at the southern border is a result of Mayorkas deliberately neglecting his duty to secure it. Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee joins Fox Sunday Morning Futures and says he's disappointed in the move.
Where they're supposed to close the door, they open the door. They're doing the exact opposite of what's required every single time. Look, Alejandro Mayorkas is not a restaurateur whose job it is to invite as many people in as possible. His job is to serve as the gatekeeper. He's not keeping the gate.
You'll be able to use E15 gas this summer. USA's John Schaefer explains.
A national emergency waiver has been granted for the sale of E15 gasoline throughout the summer season. The EPA announced the issuance of the waiver on Friday, citing its aim to alleviate pump pressures stemming from the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. Previously, certain regions faced limitations on selling E15 gas during the summer months.
An investigation is continuing in Chicago after a police officer was shot over the weekend. The Chicago Police Department saying the 30-year-old officer was returning home after his shift when he was shot multiple times. He was taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he died. The officer was killed 2 days before he would have turned 31. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Back at it here as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. Hey, what's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. So, as far as Knucklebuster goes, he was looking for songs this morning there for helping for, the advertised for looking for models, I guess, to advertise your attire there a little bit.
Right.
So, one of our trucking icons there in the radio trucking music, he had a song there called "The Bell's a Southern Belle." He used to be remember when we used to have telephone operators, Your Honor? You used to push zero, or actually you put your finger in the little hole, and you took your finger all the way around, and you let it go back, and you get that lady on the other end there. She'd pull the wire out, and what was the one, the comedian's name there that did that telephone operator deal there? I forget what her name was now. She was with I forget. She always teamed up with Dolly. She was in that 9 to 5 with Dolly Parton.
Oh, okay, I know who you're talking about. Yes.
She did that whole bit about being a telephone operator. But anyways, I believe it was Dick Curlis, I believe was his name, that did the song "Belle's a Southern Belle." The one that did the do-do-do, the one that had the girl on the billboard. So, but anyways, that's I don't know. There you go. Radio trucking, what do you call that? We can do the karaoke with horse feathers there. We'll work on that one. So, did I understand correctly? Did you actually say that you like winter because summer is too hot? Is that exactly what I heard you say?
I would never say such a thing.
I'm pretty sure that I heard you say that when you went to the air show, it was too hot and you had to stay underneath the shade of a tent and air conditioning because summer was too hot and you wished it was winter again.
No, I didn't.
I'm sure that's exactly what I heard.
I didn't wish it was. You're nuts.
Anyways, there, Your Honor.
When it's 98 degrees in the shade, man, it's you got to find somewhere to cool off.
Yeah, you're not telling me anything I don't know there. We did that one muster there in Harrisburg last year. They call it pump primers, and we were there along the Susquehanna River in Harrisburg, and we were sucking water out of the river and pumping it back in there with all the fire trucks, and it was pushing 95 degrees, and when you're doing that, you have to stay with your vehicle when it's in operation, so you stand out there in the straight direct sunlight. And I think we're going to take one of them pop-up canopies with us this year. But so anyways, last year there, I found myself a towel in the truck, and I decided it would be a real good idea to open up another discharge there on the other side of the truck there where I was standing, and I let a little of that Susquehanna River water flow out and onto that bath towel there, and put it over my shoulders. And I don't know, I had a lot of people telling me that, you probably wouldn't want to be messing with the Susquehanna River water, but I'll tell you what, standing there in the direct sunlight, 95 degrees, that water out of the Susquehanna River felt really good. I can guarantee you that. So, but But other than that, that's about all we got going for you here at this rate here. But I was just wanted to make sure that you said that summer's too hot and you were hoping to be winter more often. I'm just guarantee that's what your rate. We'll have to go back and listen to the replay and see exactly what that all came out as.
What do we call that? We call that taking things out of context, I believe would be the explanation. Other things that did and did not pass over the weekend. Another example of we're going to take all these millions of acres and make them off limit for oil drilling, which the Biden administration blocking natural resource development in Alaska included the rejection of a road project that would have opened up millions of acres of wilderness to oil drilling and mineral mining. Banning that, according to Senator Dan Sullivan this past day, is equal to national security suicide. It's lawless, he says. He, President Biden, doesn't have the authority to do it, and I could go into all the laws that support me on that. It's, as I say, national security suicide. Biden also will not sanction Iranian oil and gas. But he has no problem sanctioning Alaska. The administration has issued 63 executive orders and executive actions singularly focused on Alaska to shut our state down. Now, that, of course, hurts my constituents. National resources, critical energy minerals, that's our strength in this country. But going back to Friday, the Interior's Department Bureau of Land Management recommended against the construction of the 211-mile-long Ambler Road project that would put zinc and copper deposits out of reach in an undeveloped part of Alaska. They also issued a final rule removing 11 million acres of Alaska's National Petroleum Reserve, the entire U.S. Arctic Ocean, and almost 3 million acres of federal waters off the state's coast from being considered for new oil and gas leasing. Sullivan says that in my 9 years in the Senate, I've never seen such a cynical, dishonest display coming out of any presidency that occurred with the Alaska announcement. This President Friday, with the Interior Secretary, announced that they did this because the Alaska Native and Indigenous people on the North Slope asked them to. Now, the leaders of the North Slope, Alaska, were unanimous in opposition to this. They tried to meet with Secretary Holland, and she wouldn't meet with them. This is a rule that focuses on their lands where they've been living for thousands of years. The indigenous people of Alaska, he added, are very upset that the president was canceling their voices and now stealing their voices. Okay. He also talked about how the House has extended billions of dollars to fund Ukraine, admitting that he can't guarantee anything about whether the funding will remain if former President Trump would be elected. It is 844-844-3388. See what's going on in Pappy's world.
Steve, talking about taking things out of context. You know how the communist media does. Just give you a quick example on the whole Charleston thing where Trump said there's good people on both sides.
Yeah.
I just happened to be watching a rerun. Steve, this has been going on for decades. I just watched a rerun of the Andy Griffith Show. I could probably recite every line that's going to come out of somebody's mouth on every episode. I'm a big fan of the Andy Griffith Show. But anyway, there was this episode where this big shot newspaper guy, I think Andy gave him a ticket for something. He got all bent out of shape. He sent one of his female reporters into Mayberry, posing as a college student, and Andy sent Barney to show her around town. You remember this episode by chance?
I think I've pretty much seen them all as well, but it's been a while for some.
But so anyway, she starts buttering Barney up. She's there to get dirt on Andy because this newspaper reporter, now this owner of this newspaper, wants to file charges against Andy, get him kicked out of office for misfeasance and malfeasance, all this kind of stuff.
Right.
So she butters Barney up and says, "Hey, man, you look more like the sheriff than the sheriff does. I mean, you don't even wear a gun, and you wear a tie and all this kind of stuff." And boy, what does Barney do? Well, he don't exactly run a tight ship. Right?
I remember that one. Yes.
And she's like, well, expand on that. So he starts talking about, well, he uses a squad car for personal stuff and not for, and he just goes on and on. So she goes back, gives all this stuff to the top guy at the newspaper. He gets a hold of somebody, and they have this hearing to try to get Andy kicked out of office. And anyway, Barney got up and explained why he said some of the things he said. He said, yeah, he was using a squad car to pick up medicine for old lady, what's her name, because she didn't have a way to get her medicine. And I don't know. But the moral of this whole long spew is that we got dirt people that will do this kind of stuff to people. It's been going on for decades, man. This ain't nothing new. And Steve, you remember that Russian defector? That video that was going around? You can find it on ScrewTube. Can't remember his name. He defected. I'm wanting to say this was in the 70s. How he was talking about a massive psyop going on in America by the Russians, taking over the universities, all that stuff, the major corporations. And in that interview, and he said the ones that they manage to brainwash, he said it does not matter how much evidence you give them, how much facts you put in front of their face, how much truth you tell them, they will not believe it. He said they got them, He said they won't believe it. I'm paraphrasing here. He didn't use this term, but I'm going to use it. They won't believe it until they're actually placed up on the gallows and the rope's around their neck. Then they might realize, man, I think I've been had by the people I was supporting here. Steve, I'm telling you, man, we are being had by these people in D.C., my man. What the hell? $95 billion.
Yep.
60 million was it going to Ukraine? And not one penny going to this border. Steve, you know how I feel about this, how I've talked about I already said I think it's too late. If we close the borders tomorrow, I don't know, man. Still might be too late. And what do we see across what 5-7 was just talking about, or was it heat wave? All these universities, Columbia universities, Steve, all these people chanting death to America, these people that in our colleges, these are our next judges, CEOs, people running for Congress. That's who these people are. This is our future. Steve, I'm just blown away that we can't shut this border down. They just refuse to do it. And they just don't want to. That's the simple answer, is why won't they do it? Because they don't want to. And this is going to come back to haunt us big time. Believe me, trust me. Steve, I turned the news on the other night, man. I normally don't watch the local news, right? But when I was off that week, I thought, what the hell? I ain't seen Tricia Mackey in a while.
Okay.
She's kind of good to look at. Right? So let's go ahead and turn the local news on. Steve, for the first 15 minutes, it wasn't nothing but crime in Cincinnati and the tri-state here.
Surrounding areas.
Areas.
And why is it that is it? I know, people will feel like money's tight. Nobody wants to pay more taxes, but the inability to pass. I mean, I've always voted yay on police and fire levies. I mean, when you call law enforcement, you want somebody to be there, and I think that's the second or third in a row for our area that they failed to pass the levy.
Yeah, your township, Steve. Police levy failed. They're talking about laying off 17. They didn't exactly say how many officers. They just indicated administrative personnel and officers.
Yep.
And Steve, I'm telling you right now, if they lay off 10 officers, that's a hit to your township. You're talking about they run about 6 or 7 beats in Coleraine. So that's 6-7 cars just for your township, which is, if I'm not mistaken,
the largest in the state. It is the largest in the state of it's a massive township.
And trust me, Steve, back when the county was in there, the county used to patrol that area also. We covered 3 beats. Coleraine covered 3 beats because Coleraine just wasn't big enough at the time to handle it. And trust me, man, it's busy. Back in 2008, 2009, the county was going to start charging them for each deputy patrolling that area, for each beat. Well, they told the county to pound salt. They said, if we're going to pay money, we'll just hire our own, right? So since 2010, I think it's been, we haven't been up there in there helping them out. But Steve, I'm telling you that it's getting worse, man. We had a homicide in my area. I patrol. If I would have been working that night, I'd have been the supervisor in charge on that. It was on Kilby Road. It was on the news. Just a simple neighbor dispute. I guess the neighbor was out there shooting his gun, and neighbor went over to tell him to stop. Didn't turn out too well for the neighbor. Went over there to tell him to stop.
Right.
He got shot several times. But man, and I found this out, Steve. I'll see if I can find you this clip. And listen, I know this to be a fact too, because prior to our reporting system, we are now, everything's paperless, right? We use what we call this RMS system. Prior to that, it was the NIBR system. Well, the FBI has been on the county's butt for several years to go to a different system because our stats were not getting filtered to the FBI. You follow me?
Okay.
So we were going to lose some grant money if we didn't go to this system a couple years ago. So the county went to this system. So now the FBI is getting all of our stats. We'll come to find out that the FBI how they are claiming that the crime rate is down in some of these. Steve, they're not including L.A., Chicago, and New York in their statistics. You think that might make a little bit of a difference in your stats?
Yeah, no, there's no crime in those cities.
You know, when they talk about the country overall.
Yes.
Yeah, come to find out, Steve, they're leaving that little information out of there. Dirty, corrupt people, man. All right, my man, you're getting close to the bottom of the hour here. It is my Friday.
Oh, yeah?
Got the next 2 days off. Hope to enjoy it. Tomorrow looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. I think sunny, high of 70 maybe? Steve, I think we might miss the frost. I got 35 degrees on the cruiser thermometer. It's as low as it's been. It's been hovering around 66 or 36, 37. But I'm out here on Dry Fork Road, 3 mile post on 74 near the state line. It's 35 degrees. I don't think it's going to get any colder. I could be wrong. So I think we'll probably dodge this frost we're supposedly getting. So, all right, Steve, I got a half hour left. I'm going to sit here and watch these deer over in this field finish eating. You know they're nocturnal. You didn't know that. Deer are nocturnal. They move during the night. And there's a whole bunch of them over in this field just eating away.
All right.
For what it's worth, I just figured I'd throw it out here. All right, buddy. We'll talk at you. Everybody be safe. Hammer down.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. About a minute before news break. I can't recall if I shared this from Trucker's Path about a week ago or not. I know OOIDA had shared the story late last week, but it's the Trucker's Path. What do you want? What do truck drivers want in a truck stop? More than 86% of respondents said abundant truck parking, I guess, is their number one thing. Clean showers and restaurants. So they've got like the top 10 desired truck stop amenities. What do you want out of a truck stop? If I shared it, we'll share it again, right? And we'll get more of your calls. We have lines available. It's a Monday morning. It is 844-844-3388. So we'll take care of the news break and come back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update.
It provides for greater accountability over Ukraine aid.
You're listening to House Speaker Mike Johnson as the House passes a $95 billion foreign aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan.
It forces an endgame strategy for the Ukraine war. It includes a loan instrument of this foreign aid to Ukraine and the Repo Act to ensure that Russian assets pay for part of the bill.
The Senate expected to vote on this funding on Tuesday, and then the bill heads to President Biden's desk. Now, as for the breakdown of all the money, $61 billion slated for Ukraine, $26 billion heading to Israel, and $8 billion going to Taiwan. Severe weather in North Carolina forcing the Trump campaign to cancel a rally Saturday planned in the town of Wilmington. The former president, who was already in the state, calling into the rally to ask supporters to move out of the area as a severe storm was moving in.
I'm devastated that this could happen.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Watch it, Pappy. He said, come on, man. You know what guys want at the truck stop? Women. No. According to the Trucker Path survey, as we shared, abundant parking came in at number one, 86% of respondents. Number two was clean showers. On-site restaurant at number 3. Healthy, fresh food selections at number 4. Truck maintenance services, 24/7 truck maintenance, number 5. High-speed diesel pumps, followed by Wi-Fi, laundry, a driver's lounge area, and being pet-friendly. There's your top 10. The survey highlights the need for more private sector investment in truck parking. Publicly funded truck parking facilities usually come in the form of rest areas, which lack, of course, most of the amenities truckers desire. However, private investors oftentimes find themselves on the losing end of a battle when it comes to the not in my backyard, the NIMBYs, the city councils, the residents. You're going to build a truck stop where? All right, there are plenty of examples of municipalities giving the green light to truck parking facilities, but many of these projects are for parking only. They cited a few examples. Greenfield, Indiana, the city council there approved a gated lot housing 240 truck parking spaces with no other amenities, though. Even that proposal was met with resistance. Contrade Holdings has an ambitious plan to add 45,000 truck parking spaces across the nation. They plan to build 100 gated facilities, which each facility, including hundreds of parking spaces. In addition to the parking, they will offer Wi-Fi, showers, and television lounges. Although that checks off the top two truck stop amenities, truckers will need to go elsewhere for food, fuel, or maintenance. Oh, and the parking will not be free. At the state level, governments are making some strides in addressing the national parking crisis, an increase in federal funding, but federal law prohibits commercial services at rest areas. Plus, rest areas typically include relatively few truck parking spaces compared to the likes of a truck stop. According to a Jason's Law survey, there are 7.63 private truck stop parking spaces for each public rest area space. Okay, we get back at it at 844-844-3388 on a Monday. Yes, Knucklebuster.
I appreciate you having me back. At least I finally got good cell service down here in Georgia there. I went through Dalton, Georgia there, and I didn't see any scantily clad senoritas riding around in the dark wearing nothing but a smile. I guess all Mama, son, or sisters are at home, right? Sleeping?
I would suspect, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to wake them up and make them get the poochie lipped over me bothering them there. Hey, I want truck stops to be just like they used to be. You know, mom and pops. I can't stand Subway. As far as I'm concerned, Subway can go out of business, and I'd care less. That is some of the worst food in the world right there. So, but they used to have some real good truck stops out here, 238 over there on 40 in Lebanon, Tennessee. Go in there, get you a good meal, and watch them gals walking around them mini skirts, and same thing up there at Exit 10 up there in Shippensburg, PA. Them college gals was there to get the tips. They'll walk around, show them legs off, and you leave them pretty good tip on the table there, right? So I don't know. It's this crazy junk they got going right now, especially that 34 hours off every weekend. That sucks in my book. I'd like to get about 2 or 3 days every weekend there. Tennessee got a T-shirt that says she needs a day between Saturday and Sunday, so but she don't ever get that either. So, all right, you got a good show going on, brother. Just keep it up. Well, it's almost quitting time, too.
We're working our way in that direction. Thank you much, Knucklebuster. Have a good morning. Okay, several other interesting tidbits. Where shall we go next? Do you do any cooking in the truck there? A lot of drivers do. They try to save on the cost of fast food prices through the roof these days. There's a recall. Has anybody ever used fresh organic basil? That's the recall. Sold in more than half the country. It has been linked to a salmonella outbreak that spans at least 7 states, they tell us. It's largely basil sold at Trader Joe's stores. All right. The Infinite Herbs fresh basil, suspected of contamination, was sold at, they list off all the states. Like I said, that's half the damn country. And the basil also sold at Fruit Center Marketplace stores in Massachusetts, according to the CDC. The basil in question sold between February 1 and April 6 of this year. And the recall by Infinite Herbs has been expanded to include Melissa's brand organic basil, sold by Dyersburg stores in Illinois and Missouri back in the month of February. 12 people stricken with salmonella, and they're linking this to the basil. The true number of sick people is probably much higher than the number reported. And the outbreak may not be limited even to the states with the known illnesses. CDC said many infected would have recovered from possibly the diarrhea and other symptoms of salmonella without ever being tested for it. Okay. In other potential cases, it may be too soon to know if the individual's part of a larger outbreak. But the NPR said Infinite Herbs organic basil was the common link they were able to come up from 7 of those people that were infected. It is 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, in the state of Texas, the Longview Fire Department announcing the discovery in a post via Facebook. I'd like to make a public awareness announcement of a potentially dangerous situation in the community there. We had recent encounter with candy that tested positive for fentanyl. Now, this is a narcotic that can be deadly when ingested. It's being used to lace other substances that cannot be detected through taste or smell. Fire department said if you become, or if you or someone you know comes in contact or you believe you may have ingested, call 911 immediately and seek medical attention. They didn't give a lot of other details about how or where the candy was actually obtained. But we know as little as 2 milligrams of fentanyl can kill a person depending on their body size. All right, so the fentanyl crisis continues to grow. Meanwhile, under the other industry headlines, I did see where there was a major cocaine bust involving a trucker. We're talking a couple 100 pounds of cocaine in this case. So we'll come back with more after this. A Monday coming on, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive at 844-844-3388.
We've talked about polls on the Grand National Tour and across the Rust Belt. Now it's time to shine the spotlight on the upper Midwestern and southeastern zones. And 2 Middle American companies have signed on the dotted line to etch their names onto these 2 circuits. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's territory that encompasses Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, and a poll each in Illinois and North Dakota is known as Region 3. But this year, that moniker has expanded thanks to the sponsorship of Terramax, a microbial crop research group located in Eagan, Minnesota. Terramax makes azospirillum-based and rhizobia-based products that help plants' root system effectively pull nitrogen from the air and excess nutrients from the soil. The result is higher crop yields and stronger plant development. The NTPA thanks Terramax for its involvement in 2024. And so the Terramax Region 3 circuit will begin in Ellsworth, Wisconsin on Saturday, June 8th. Tone, Wisconsin's Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals will have 3 regional classes over the weekend of June 20th through the 22nd. Then in July, Watford City, North Dakota's Pro National will overtake the McKenzie County Fairgrounds on Friday and Saturday the 5th and 6th. And Lancaster, Wisconsin's Full Throttle Shootout will also be held on the 6th. Decorah and Eagle Grove, Iowa will put the Hawkeye State front and center on Thursday and Friday, June 11th and 12th at the Winneshiek and Wright County Fairs, respectively. On the 13th, it's River Falls, Wisconsin, and Smokin' Thunder by the Kinney. The 2-night tradition returns to the Anoka County Fair in Minnesota for the Coors Light Shootout on Thursday and Friday, July 25th and 26th. Newcomers Jordan, Minnesota, and Humboldt, Iowa share both these dates, as Jordan happens on the 25th with a poll at the Scott County Fair, and the Humboldt County Fair poll occurs on the 26th. And Saturday the 27th also doubles up with the Throwdown at Hoedown at the Houston Fest Grounds in Minnesota and the Dunn County Fair Pole in Menominee, Wisconsin. The Terramax Region 3 circuit opens August with a visit for the 4.1 Pro Stock tractor class at the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell from the 1st to the 3rd. On Saturday the 10th, the Lions Club in Norwalk, Wisconsin hosts their regional national that is well into its 6th decade. 2 weeks later, the Waupaca County Fair Pole in Weyauwega, Wisconsin hosts the NTPA on August 24th. And September is for crowning champions, first at the Regional Nationals in Wisconsin on Sunday, September 1st, and last at Thursday's Truck Night at the DeKalb County Fair Pole in Sandwich, Illinois on the 5th. Now that's just in time for Region 4 to take the stage as the Robeson County 300 invades Lumberton, North Carolina on Friday and Saturday, September 6th and 7th. And the regular season finale takes place 6 weeks later at the NC State Fair Southern Showdown in Raleigh from Friday, October 18th through Sunday, October 20th. As it happens, the NTPA's Southeastern Territory also carries a sponsorship banner, namely that of Pro Polar Tires, makers of the 24.5 hole shot tire in 10, 12, and 14-ply ratings, as well as competition tires for tractor classes that use 18.4, 20.8, 24.5, and 30.5 widths. Pro Polar's production facilities are located near Firth, Nebraska, so welcome Pro Polar Tires to both the association and specifically to the Pro Polar Tire Region 4 circuit in Benson, Lumberton, and Raleigh. As we are rolling tape on this report, the Region 6 season is wrapping up, crowning champs and punching 4 tickets to the 37th Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, Ohio in September. We'll note the winners and congratulate the first of our 2024 standard bearers next week. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. On a Monday, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Again, if you may or may not have been with us earlier, Tim G was our first Steve Summers Overnight Drive swag bag winner. I guess we'll call it a swag bag. Steve Summers Overnight Drive merchandise. That was a little Facebook contest we started last week, so we'll kick it off again. What we're looking is for, we handed out hundreds and hundreds of Steve Summers Overnight Drive stickers there at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. Show us your Steve Summers Overnight Drive stickers on your vehicle. Just take a photo and put that on the Facebook page, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive official Facebook page. Share that, and we'll be pulling a winner each Friday. All right, I mentioned the cocaine. Texas Department of Public Safety troopers seizing over 200 pounds of cocaine. A truck stop in South Texas. This was part of Operation Lone Star Border Security. The seizure of 98 kilos, or 216 pounds, occurred in the border town of Weslaco. DPS says troopers stopped a tractor-trailer, discovered 90 cellophane-wrapped bundles concealed inside a pallet of dry goods in the cargo area. Estimated street value of $2 million. Agents from the DPS Criminal Investigation Divisions then went to a residence in McAllen, Texas, where they said they found 3 AR-15 rifles and an AK-47. They named the individuals who were arrested, facing criminal charges for manufacturing and delivery of a controlled substance. Operation Lone Star, the border security initiative, they started back in 2021 by the governor, using the DPS troopers, National Guard, and Guard soldiers from other states down there along that southern border. They talk about looking for a needle in a haystack. It was kind of a local story. The last time we heard from Always Moving, remember that call here a week or so ago? She had called kind of explaining how she had gone down to downtown Cincinnati to watch the live podcast, what they call the New Heights podcast, that had Jason Kelce and his brother, Travis Kelce, and a whole bunch of other guests. It was a sold-out event. A jam-packed house there in downtown Cincinnati. And apparently, during that podcast, Jason Kelce lost his Super Bowl ring. He thinks he lost it when he was wading through a pool of Skyline chili during that live taping. They had a bunch of fun stuff going on to entertain the crowd there, right? Spaghetti wrestling and that kind of thing. Now, it said, we used metal detectors to see if they could find the ring in the chili. Obviously didn't. They think the ring may very well be at the landfill. Now, in this region, it's Rumpke Waste and Recycling. It's a massive landfill. My entire life, Rumpke's been hauling the trash, and they haul trash all over this region. Talk about it. Now, Rumpke's Molly Yeager said it's not like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's like looking for a needle in Iowa. To get a perspective on how much trash is in the landfill and what a task it would be for searching for the likes of a Super Bowl ring, you got to understand how much trash every truck hauls in. Trucks go out in the morning, they come into this building, they get weighed. You can bring in up to 12,500 tons of trash every day. Landfills, you start with a hole, a 40-acre cell dug out, and then covered in protective liners. Starts with clay, then layers of plastic. to protect the ground from a substance called, is it leachate? What you might call garbage juice, the yummy stuff. Garbage is piled to new heights every day. Hills, which she said take 17 years to stack. So finding a Super Bowl ring, the odds are not the best. Now, she did say, believe it or not, we get calls from people looking for lost items. Some come out and actually give it a shot. If the truck they believe it in hasn't tipped yet, we will isolate the truck. You're welcome to come out here and try to look through the contents of the truck for a fee. It would be a very expensive endeavor, though, to go digging in the trash. Now, she did say one guy actually came out to search for his wife's dentures, and after an hour of searching, he actually found them. Can't hardly believe that. Bet he never told her where he found her dentures, right? In the landfill. Now, this Super Bowl ring, probably not the first famous football remains that are in that landfill. If you remember over the years, it was the most recognizable landmark as you drove up I-75 toward Monroe, Ohio. Some called it Big Butter Jesus because it looked like a big butter carved out of butter statue. It was otherwise known as Touchdown Jesus, as the statue was called, that got destroyed after it was struck by lightning and burned. The remains of Touchdown Jesus, when he was struck by lightning, he produced a lot of ashes, and those ashes had to go somewhere. So, yes, in this landfill are the remains of what they call Touchdown Jesus. Ain't no telling what all might be in there as well. All right, got our final hour coming up here. What's on your mind? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of our other email friends checking in right after this. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, rolling into a brand new week as we turn the page on the calendar. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Gas prices are continuing to rise, going up again over the last few weeks. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg on just how much we can expect the price at the pump to increase.
The gasoline pump price run-up did continue. We have another 10 cents more in the price. The new price is $3.77 for regular. And it's been rising for 15 weeks now. It's up 59 cents since early January.
Lundberg says the unrest in the Middle East and Ukrainian targeting of Russian oil infrastructure is helping to aid in the instability of the crude oil market. Tennessee police are continuing to investigate after at least 2 people are dead and 6 others are injured after a shooting at a Memphis block party. Police saying hundreds were gathered at the party at Orange Mound Park on Saturday when officers responded to emergency calls and found 2 men dead at the scene. Police are continuing to look for the suspects. Some House Republicans are extremely angry with Speaker Johnson, who works with Democrats and does not include money for U.S. border security in the $95 billion aid package. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Now, some Republicans in the House furious with Johnson for working with Democrats to get this all passed. Here's Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, followed by Texas Congressman Chip Roy.
America last. America last. That's all this is. Every single day, America last.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I'm frustrated that there was zero border security in the bill. But let's be very clear. That border bill, H.R. 2, that was voted on today, will have no force of law, was not part of the package, was done as a cover vote, and gave cover to 5 Democrats who voted for it. It's mind-bogglingly stupid to have put that on the floor.
The bill now heads to the Senate, where preliminary voting could take place as soon as Tuesday. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
The Senate recently dismissed all impeachment articles against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, which House Republicans had brought forward, alleging that the ongoing illegal immigrant crisis at the southern border is a result of Mayorkas deliberately neglecting his duty to secure it. Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee joins Fox Sunday Morning Futures and says he's disappointed in the move.
Where they're supposed to close the door, they open the door. They're doing the exact opposite of what's required every single time. Look, Alejandro Mayorkas is not a restaurateur whose job it is to invite as many people in as possible. His job is to serve as the gatekeeper. He's not keeping the gate.
You'll be able to use E15 gas this summer. USA's John Schaefer explains.
A national emergency waiver has been granted for the sale of E15 gasoline throughout the summer season. The EPA announced the issuance of the waiver on Friday, citing its aim to alleviate pump pressures stemming from the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. Previously, certain regions faced limitations on selling E15 gas during the summer months.
An investigation is continuing in Chicago after a police officer was shot over the weekend. The Chicago Police Department saying the 30-year-old officer was returning home after his shift when he was shot multiple times. He was taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center where he died. The officer was killed 2 days before he would have turned 31. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, here we go. Final hour. Let's get rolling on a Monday. Some of the folks chatting about things you want at a truck stop, right? And Knuckle Buster said, I want food. I don't want a Subway. He's not a fan of Subway. Now, 5-7 said the meatball subs rule. Yeah, that's my pick. It's if I'm gonna have Subway, it's gonna be a meatball sub with banana peppers and mayo. That's my combo. Heatwave. He says, I want restaurants at the truck stop, not Denny's. I want a salad bar, soup bar, buffet. What they have now absolutely sucks to the high heavens. Also, a CB shop would be nice. They sell them, but where do you go to get service for them or to upgrade them? All right. Dennis said, hey, Knuckle Buster, if you'd stay with that Subway diet, I lost 80 pounds in the past on the Subway diet, but I want my steak and eggs. There you go. Okay, who else on board? It is 844-844-3388. Hello to Gary. Rick in Columbus checks in. Good to have you on board. Yeah, what is it with the Reds there, Rick? We went from, we swept the White Sox, then headed out to where was it? Seattle. And we were swept by the Mariners. Then they go into... Oh, they came back. They were in Cincinnati over the weekend, facing the Los Angeles Angels, sweeping the Angels. So, yeah, the grandkids got to go to that game yesterday. Young Stephen and Lauren invited Rowan to go with them, with Avery and little Aubrey. That may have been her first Major League Baseball game yesterday. So at least they got to see a win. I think 3-0 was the final score there. On a cool Sunday afternoon. Maybe these folks should be nominated for Dumbass of the Week, I would think. Didn't Mama ever teach you, if you see a baby bear out there in the woods, there's Mama Bear gonna be somewhere close by. Don't mess with Baby Bear. Somebody didn't get that message. Probably lucky to be alive. As they describe a group of self-obsessed people in North Carolina where one mama bear away from learning that bear cubs are not there for the amusement of the people who want to get a selfie with them. I guess last week a group of people near an apartment complex actually hauled 2 bear cubs out of a tree and held on to them long enough to get selfies with them, and then kind of threw them aside to fend for themselves. Only one cub would be found when help arrived. Video of the stunt exists because one resident was irked at the group's actions. I tried telling them to stop, but they wouldn't listen. So I thought, I'm just going to record this. to help get justice for the sweet bear cub. I'm not sure how long it went on for, but it was far too long. The North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission special projects biologist said the commission was called in an apartment complex in the Fairview area that the officer did ask me to assist him in responding to. So when we did get on site, I saw the cub. We do think the bear probably had a pretty traumatic experience. The cub was wet and cold. We took him to a rehab facility. It will eventually be released back into the wild. But the cub's condition likely a result of the unnecessary, irresponsible action of the people involved. Yeah, the group apparently got an earful, she said. We did follow up with the people who pulled the bear out of the tree. We did confront them on site that day and let them know how irresponsible and potentially deadly it could be for the cub to be separated from its mom, especially ripped out of a tree like that. Irresponsible people, all to get a selfie. Ignorance, total selfishness. All right. It is shockingly irresponsible and part of an unfortunate trend of people interacting with wildlife, according to the North Carolina State Director for the Humane Society. This incident that took place in Asheville, kind of a serious reminder of the severe lack of awareness, caution, and respect for wildlife that some people can exhibit when chasing opportunities to interact, handle, and pose for photos with animals. If Mama Bear had come out of the woods, they could have been in for a world of hurt. This is the time of year, though, that the mama bears are emerging from their den with their cubs, and those cubs are experiencing the outside world for the very first time. They're very dependent on their mother to feed and protect them. If you try to handle a cub, you're not only risking the cub's safety, but your own if Mama Bear is nearby, and she's going to defend her cubs. No word on where Mama Bear is at this point, but it is 844-844-3388. All right, I think I was chatting with Knucklebuster off the air Friday morning, talking about apparently what is now confirmed to be the first case of American hunters dying from the zombie deer disease. Recently published in the journal Neurology, chronic wasting disease, CWD, is a nearly 100% fatal ailment known to affect deer, elk, and other cervids. There's long been concern about its potential transmission to humans. The studies suggest that these two individuals who actually died in 2022 after consuming contaminated venison succumbed to the disease. The report outlines the case of a 72-year-old man who exhibited symptoms including rapid onset confusion and aggression along with seizures before his death within a month's time. Posthumous diagnosis revealed CJD, a brain-wasting condition kind of likened to mad cow disease. The man's hunting companion also perished from the illness. Details regarding his condition are rather scant, but CJD, caused by misfolded proteins known as prions, share similarities with chronic wasting disease, primarily affecting animals. But the study posts that the hunters could have contacted chronic wasting disease due to the shared history of consuming meat from an infected herd. The prions associated with chronic wasting disease can adhere to environmental components, potentially altering the characteristics such as infectiousness and the capacity to cross species barriers. Now, causation remains unconfirmed. The researchers underscore the imperative for more investigation into the possible risks associated with consuming CWD-infected deer and the ramifications to public health. Yeah, they call it zombie deer disease. It's devastating effects on the brain. When a deer is infected, they have symptoms like drooling, confusion, an uncharacteristic lack of fear toward humans. We've had cases where these deer will just kind of wander right up to you, and they'll be kind of walking in circles, and they're confused, and hunters. How do you know if you take down a deer that doesn't exhibit those symptoms? Is there a way, I wonder, for them to check for that before you take it in there and have it cut up by the butcher, right? It is 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So an update on a weekend where, indeed, they had all these separate measures. A funding package for Ukraine, a funding package for Israel, a package for Taiwan. Speaker Johnson had broke all these down and separated the border legislation for our own southern border. So they voted on all these items over the weekend. And obviously, the financial foreign aid package is all passed, but nothing for our own home border. It was turned down on a 215 to 199 vote. 5 Democrats joining all the Republicans voting in favor of the bill that was brought under the fast-track procedure, known as suspension of the rules, that requires a 2/3 majority for passage. That's what had me kind of confused. I said there were 215 yays and 199 nays, but you had to know going in, and that's what has really pissed off the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, Paul Gosar of Arizona. By doing the fast track, you've got to get a 2/3. And you're not going to get 2/3. And secondly, if it passes in the House, it's not going to pass in the Senate because the Democrats control the Senate. The border security bill, nearly identical to legislation that Republicans passed last year. was an attempt by Speaker Johnson to quell the growing dissatisfaction prompted by his support for these foreign aid packages that passed on Saturday with the help of Democrats. So that was separate. Not part of the package of 3 supplemental funding bills, the Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan aid, as well as another so-called sidecar bill dealing with TikTok. Now, the Senate will be able to clear the foreign aid package and ignore the border security bill that closely resembles another House-passed border bill that the Senate has not even acted on. They won't even bring it up. Whatever Speaker Johnson's intention was, it did not quell the unrest. It's just getting worse. As those 3 that I mentioned, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, Paul Gosar, are all backing a move to now oust Johnson, just like they did McCarthy here a few months ago. Republicans were largely in favor of the border bill, but several said this is just a sham vote. It's not going to pass in the Senate. Republicans are trying again to make our Democrat colleagues and the president take the border crisis seriously. This was a foolhardy attempt to pass for a second time one of the most draconian immigration bills this Congress has ever seen. That was the comment from Jerry Nadler of New York. What the bill would have done is pretty much take us back to the Trump-era laws. It would do something, the Trump-era policies, like building the wall and requiring those asylum seekers to stay in Mexico while their cases are adjudicated. It's just, but listen to the terms of the Democrats, the most draconian immigration bill this Congress has ever seen. So there you go. On what was a very busy weekend in the House of Representatives. Morning, Vic.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, that Democrat strategy is pretty obvious. They want to get as many people in here, and they're illegal, and they want them to vote. So, I don't know what they have to do to say, hey, folks, we're going to cheat again if you can't stop us. And that's why they can bring all the people that they want in here, but it's not right for them to vote.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why the Republicans are fighting amongst the other, because there's a time whenever you have to realize that there's a big battle ahead, and you have to put aside all these little squabbles and everything else. And the deal with that package I don't think that, like you said, I don't think the Senate will pass all those different packages giving aid to Israel and Ukraine and everything else. But supposedly, according to Speaker Johnson, there are strings attached to the Ukraine aid. Israel, basically, I'm not exactly sure what he's given to Israel or anything, but if he keep his mouth shut, the Israel thing would pretty much go away, because I've seen, late last evening, that Biden came out and said he's going to sanction Israeli soldiers for their conduct in the Gaza war, or whatever you want to call it. And it's like, when you come out and make a public pronouncement like that, you're giving aid and comfort to the enemy.
That's right.
That's all it is to it. And the enemy this time is a terrorist organization. And the Republicans are going to have to, instead of squabbling against one another, start getting serious about this 2024 election, because I believe there are only 10 Republican seats up for vote in the Senate and 20 Democrat seats up for vote. So, re-election. So they need to see how they can take the Senate and definitely keep the House, because they only have a one vote majority now. And that deal with Menendez, he should have been long gone. Even the Democrats are a little nervous about that. He can't quite explain why he had gold bars from Saudi Arabia in his closet and his suit pockets or whatever. I mean, and his Lolita flights and everything else to, Jeff Epstein's island. So there's so much there. And then you remember Sam Bankman-Fried and the Bitcoin thing or cryptocurrency. A lot of that money went to Democrats, and supposedly they're investigating Sam Bankman-Fried, but they're not investigating who all the politicians were that got that money. And if the politicians got that money, was that from customers' accounts that Sam Bankman-Fried stole the money from and then gave to the Democrats? And because, and of course, I'm like a lot of other people, but supposedly 20% of the Bitcoin, people don't have the keys to it, but I guess those people that ran those banks, they probably realized, hey, this account's never been used or anything else, so we can steal this money, and these people never know the difference and give it to Democrats. I mean, I cannot believe, I know they've had a change at the Republican headquarters, but it's kind of amazing how much things have changed. And then this morning, we have a governor's election here in Indiana, and here's this Republican guy running for governor, and he says he has a program. He's going to fix all these rural communities, and he's going to do this, and he's going to do that. And I'm sitting there thinking, and you're going to do this all free, or are you going to add to our taxes? So the Democrat thinking process seems to have penetrated the Republican Party. And the Democrats, quite simply, the deal is they want to get as many people in here, and if they're criminals, so what? It's a vote if we can, get them to the polls or some way, somehow rig it to where they don't have to prove who they are or their citizenship or anything else. And exactly why the Republicans are wasting time fighting amongst one another over the speakership, I really don't know. I mean, I know Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think she's based in Rome, Georgia, and of course I've been through Rome, Georgia many times. Probably a lot of people have too. And if you're in a truck, when I say through, they don't let you go through Rome, Georgia in a truck. You have to use the bypass. But there was a big paper mill down there that we used to use all the time, and that we used to deliver to and pick up. But anyway, that I don't get her thinking, because I don't think she has the same type of thinking that the people in Rome, Georgia would have, because by and large, that whole deal there with, Iran attacking Israel and everything, supposedly they got the F-14 Tomcats that, they blame Carter, but actually they were sold to Iran before that, when the Shah of Iran was there. And the Shah of Iran had made some sort of he thought it was a bribe to make sure he could get the F-14 Tomcats when it first came out. And then later on, I guess, whenever the Khomeini or whatever, Carter did believe that Khomeini was going to quieten everything down. And then whenever they took over the embassy, he realized that wasn't going to work. But I think they're all...
By then it was too little too late, right? That's right. Hey, we got a break for a news update here at the bottom of the hour on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update.
It provides for greater accountability over Ukraine aid.
You're listening to House Speaker Mike Johnson as the House passes a $95 billion foreign aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan.
It forces an endgame strategy for the Ukraine war. It includes a loan instrument of this foreign aid to Ukraine and the Repo Act to ensure that Russian assets pay for part of the bill.
The Senate expected to vote on this funding on Tuesday, and then the bill heads to President Biden's desk. Now, as for the breakdown of all the money, $61 billion slated for Ukraine, $26 billion heading to Israel, and $8 billion going to Taiwan. Severe weather in North Carolina forcing the Trump campaign to cancel a rally Saturday planned in the town of Wilmington. The former president, who was already in the state, calling into the rally to ask supporters to move out of the area as a severe storm was moving in.
I'm devastated that this could happen.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
We've heard a lot about weaponizing the government in recent years, right? They're recently talking about the FISA Act renewal, spying on Americans. 200,000 plus Americans illegally having the FISA Act used to spy on them. Yeah, this is another level. Wow. A new lawsuit claims the Securities and Exchange Commission is illegally spying on and collecting the data of everyone, mostly Americans, who invest in the stock market. The lawsuit filed on behalf of the New Civil Liberties Alliance last week claims that the SEC is forcing brokers, exchanges, clearing agencies, and alternative trading systems to collect personal information and funnel every trade made to their data collection and surveillance program known as CAT, C-A-T, which is Consolidated Audit Trail. By doing this, the NCLA argues the SEC is violating the Fourth Amendment, the right to privacy and unreasonable search and seizure, as well as placing Americans' financial data at grave risk. By seizing all financial data from all Americans who trade in the American exchanges, the SEC arrogates surveillance powers and appropriates billions of dollars without a shred of congressional authority, all while putting Americans' savings and investments at grave and perpetual risks. According to the senior litigating counsel, the founders provided rock-solid protection in our Constitution to prevent just these sort of autocratic and dangerous actions. This cat must be ripped out, root and branch. Consolidated Audit Trail. That's a new one on me. Yeah, maybe that'd be something you want to do a little more research on there, Vic.
Yeah, well, no, I didn't realize that's what they were doing with it. But no, if you invest in anything once a year, well, I know within commodities, no, my company always sends me a statement, usually in June of every year, that I'm not supporting a terrorist organization. And they put in there that there's personally identifiable information, PII, in that, but it will be safeguarded. Well, I don't know what they consider safeguarded, but yeah, I seen that today, and it's like, well, maybe that's why I'm getting so many things about data breach here, data breach there.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I got a letter just a couple of weeks ago there that somebody was going to offer me free credit monitoring or something because there had been a data breach. And then out in Washington there, somebody got a hold of some insurance information, and there's a class action lawsuit going on there, and I haven't gotten back with them, but you know how a class action lawsuit goes. Might get 15 cents out of it or something of that nature.
Right.
It'll drag on forever. And the lawyers will do okay, but I'm interested in the research, but and then kind of driving me nuts, and then lo and behold, I found out that one of my smart TVs, they have a patch in it that I need the patch in it because if people get a hold of the information in there, they can take over the TV, and if it's synced in with anything else in your home, they can control that too. So it just, we have a big cybersecurity problem in this country, and I don't know if they can address it or won't address it, but it's something that has to be done because it will, you can just imagine within the transportation world how much they depend upon various things, the GPS and all this other stuff. So it's something that's going to have to be addressed. It's even more important than all these wars and everything. But the thing of it is with that wars, the reason I was mentioning those Tomcats, they were like first, the F-14s, they were like first generation. And I don't know if Biden didn't want to acknowledge that Carter had sold some of them to him, and then part of that deal of us carrying bales of cash to Iran in direct violation of what was called the Algiers Accord that got the hostages home was all of that money that we had embargoed whenever they took over the embassy and everything. They claimed that they had paid forward a lot of that money. They had paid forward for parts for a lot of their aircraft and everything. So I just don't really understand why in the world that they don't come out and just literally say, here's the history on everything. And oddly enough, it all comes back to high oil prices, because whenever the American companies got in bed with the Arab oil companies, and we already had the Shah of Iran in our pocket, but when they had all that oil come flooding in there, all of a sudden they had money to spend like crazy, and our American defense industry convinced the Shah of Iran to buy a lot of stuff from us, and the Arabs were buying a lot of equipment, a lot of military equipment from Russia, and that just further aggravated the Israeli problem, and that's what. So then we helped Israel get nuclear power way back then. So that's been a tinderbox getting ready to blow up forever. And if you really want to trace it all the way back, it goes back to World War I and the defeat of the Ottoman Empire and the beginning of the League of Nations. And the League of Nations was the one that said that they would give British a mandate and for the Palestinian people, and they gave the Palestinian land over there, and the Jews and them didn't get along very well, and then the United Nations came along and said, well, no, we want them in 1948, said, no, we're going to give the Jews a homeland after the Holocaust. So they displaced them, some of what was then called the Palestinians, and the Palestinians didn't like that, and all the Arab nations decided they were just going to do away with the Jews once and for all, and that's why they had all that war back in 1950, and it didn't work out. The Jews defeated all the Arabs and took over more lands, and that's just been going on and festering over there forever. And then you go back and you think in the Trump administration, he had those Abraham Accords, and things seem to have been, to where that they were actually going to get things settled down over there. And then, like I said, the terrorist organization, they're the ones that started causing all the problems. And instead of us eliminating the Hamas and the Houthis and all the rest of them over there, instead here comes Biden, and he basically gave strength to the Iranians and their militias, and that's pretty much where we find ourselves in this pickle right now.
And the fact that he's not even going to sanction the Iranian oil, and that's where Trump had sanctions on that, and they weren't making much of anything, and now they're making billions and billions of dollars by not having their oil sanctioned. But I suppose Joe Biden, in the name of trying to win re-election, that's one thing that if he sanctioned that would put further upward pressure on our prices at the pump. And as you heard from Lundberg, our national average is now all the way up to, we're back up to $3.77 a gallon for regular unleaded. Up 59 cents just since the first of the year. How many consecutive weeks did you say? 15 consecutive weeks. Prices going up. All right, there's what's going on, pup?
Hey, old Horse Feathers hooked me up with your other links. But hey, Steve, what state was those guys on that chronic deer disease? What state was that in?
You know what? I didn't say what state.
Say in your article?
It did not. No, it did not specify where they were from.
Oh. Well, the reason that I asked that is, do you know who Joe Pags is? He's a talk show guy that I listen to, too. He's a very good conservative. But he is best friends with Ted Nugent.
Okay.
And Ted Nugent's all kinds of pissed off because the Texas DNR are coming in and killing their herds of deer because of that chronic deer disease.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of curious if those guys actually shot that deer or they found that deer dead and ate that and stuff. I don't know, but I know that Texas DNR, Ted Nugent, he's all kinds of pissed off because they're wanting to come on his ranch and kill his deer and stuff. That's why I was kind of curious.
Well, that was part of my question was, how do you know if one deer in a herd is infected? Does that mean they want to kill them all, kind of like they do with the birds and the bird flu?
No, it doesn't go that way. Well, I think the way they explained it here in Indiana with the DNR and stuff, it is spread by either a tick or a flea on the deer, and what happens is they can't drink or can't eat because their throat swells up.
Okay.
I mean, that's the way I explained too. So, but I know when you do kill a deer, the first thing, when you field dress it, you're supposed to look at the kidneys and stuff like that for white spots. If they got white spots, then that means it has tuberculosis or something. But no, I was just curious when you because that's the first time I've ever heard of anybody or any human
correct
dying from that. I was just curious about that.
And that's I think that's what they're saying. This is the first time that they've actually documented that humans have. And I guess these two were hunting buddies, close friends, and probably when they take down a deer, they'd split it up, right? Yeah, half for you, half for me, and all right. Thanks for checking back in there, pup. I'll see if I can find anything further on that. Again, this just happenstance came across that Friday. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, let me flip over. Say good morning to Steve in Columbus, who says hello to all the listeners out there. Of course, the weekend went by too fast. Yeah, that time off sounded so good. We decided to take a long weekend, went out to the cabin. It was a nice getaway for a couple of days. So here we go. We're back at it today, getting things back in order. Let's head back into town, see what the day brings us. Yes, on a Monday. Hello, Truck and Phil. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Yeah, find that Super Bowl ring. Yeah, good luck, right? High of 64, Fort Wayne, 66, Sterling Heights. As we get the new week started, Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back again. Have a great week. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil this Monday morning. Semper Fi, Knuckle Buster.
Semper Fi to you too, Mr. Steve Summers, and Truck and Phil also there. Y'all have a great, blessed day there. I got two things, and then when we talked Friday, did you go buy a regular milk or plant-based milk?
I don't know that I've bought any milk over the weekend, honestly. But at the moment...
Oh, I thought you was on your way to get milk Friday morning.
Well, then I bought 2%. That's what I got. If that's when I got it, that was 2%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you got real milk in there. Well, that's what Tennessee and I did. I mean, even though we've been suggested we go to a plant-based milk, but anyway, we decided we'll just stick with the real McCoy until it gets worse there, or if it gets worse there.
Yeah.
And did you see about old Arch Manning down there in Texas?
Did not, no.
He started the orange and white game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went ballistically crazy over that boy down there. So 3 touchdowns there. So I think, welcome to the SEC is all I can tell them there. All right. Well, you reckon Big Ed's going to
That'd be
you reckon he'll be glad Oklahoma's in the SEC?
That'd be interesting what his take on that is.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, anyway, it's a great morning because I've already cleared Atlanta, Steve. I don't have to worry about all that crazy ass traffic back up there. So, hey, have a great day. I'll get back quiet and let somebody else jump in there.
All right. Yeah, there you go. As we head down the home stretch. I think this is one of Brain Dead's pet peeves several months ago. Yeah, he and Dingbat were talking about, some diet change things and avoiding certain products. And he mentioned in particular things like the red dye number, things that are available in things we consume in this country that are banned in other countries as toxic or carcinogenic. Now, there's a bill that would ban certain additives and chemicals in food that has advanced in the Illinois legislature. This would be a state thing, not a federal. Thursday, last week, it passed the Senate, so it's now headed to the House. It looks to ban specific ingredients that we find in candy, soda, snack foods. Now, these additives include titanium dioxide, brominated vegetable oil, potassium bromate, propylparaben, and the red dye number 3. According to the Environmental Working Group and Consumer Reports, brominated vegetable oil can be found in some sodas and sports drinks. They list Mountain Dew as having brominated vegetable oil. Potassium bromate can be found in some packaged breads and frozen foods. Propylparaben can be found in packaged corn tortillas, baked desserts, cake icing. Yeah, red dye number 3 is in all kinds of stuff, right? Candy, baked goods, snacks, ice cream, cereal, sodas, even some medicines. They list the strawberry-flavored Ensure. Your strawberry Yoo-Hoo drinks all contain red dye number 3. Titanium dioxide is found in processed foods, some soups and sauces. Yeah, the bill calls for studies on the health risks of BHA and BHT, 2 chemicals commonly found in gum, snack foods, other common grocery items. A statement from Preston's office said the measure would ban specific dangerous food additives from being used in the manufacture, delivery, distribution, or sale of food products. Now, there's provisions for the manufacturers and distributors. They can adopt safer alternatives and update their recipes by January 1 of 2028. It also establishes penalties for non-compliance violations. Now, the Illinois Manufacturers Association, not for the bill. They said this is going to set a dangerous precedent. California has a similar ban that became law back in October. The California bill does not require products containing these ingredients to come off the shelves, but does require the manufacturers to adjust their formulas. Obviously, a lot of manufacturers are critical, saying this is not the job of some people setting in the House or the Senate. It's the Food and Drug Administration that handles all these sort of things. Yeah, their authority. Okay. So we'll see where that goes. With that, all right, we'll close things out on a Monday morning. Quick reminder, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive for over 60 years when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, have a safe day, and hopefully we can come back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight and do it all again. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,